Good morning, everyone. The academic procession will enter the auditorium now. I request you all to kindly rise and remain standing until the guests take their seats on stage, please. morning. I request you all to please settle down. Good morning. Namaskaram. On behalf of Kriya University, I extend a very, very warm welcome to our Chancellor, Shri N. Vagul, our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Velcheru Narayan Rao, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Shivakumar Srinivasan, our Pro-Vice Chancellor for Professional Learning, Mr. Ramkumar Ramamurthy, our Chairman, Kapil Vishwanathan, our distinguished faculty on stage, members of faculty, parents, guardians, students, and our large Kriya family. Welcome to Convocation 2022. Someone famous said that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. We're all here together to mark the beginning of an end, and what a special moment this is, to gather in person after what humanity has been through and to be able to raise a toast to our collective spirit of passion, resilience, creativity, and imagination. A very warm welcome yet again. May I kindly request our Chancellor, Shri N. Vagul, to declare the convocation open.
Can you hear me? I hereby declare the convocation open.
Thank you, Mr. Vagul. We will now have an invocation by Aditi Balaji and Uditi Krishnan, students of School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences at Kriya University.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கனவும் அது சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தனித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே.
Thank you, Aditi and Uditi. I now request our Vice Chancellor, Professor S. Shivakumar, to deliver the opening address.
Good morning. On behalf of the faculty and staff of Kriya, I extend a warm welcome to the dignitaries, members of the Governing Council, Academic Advisory Board, Academic Council, and Board of Management, well-wishers, students, parents, and all our guests. We have many invitees who have joined online. We extend a warm welcome to them as well. We thank every one of you for being here with us today. This being the first convocation ceremony of Kriya University, it's indeed a privilege to be a part of it. At the outset, let me congratulate all the students graduating this day. As you are aware, Kriya has two schools, the IFMR Graduate School of Business and the School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences. Apart from these two schools, we have research centers, JPAL, LEAD, CDFI, IE India. Recently, we initiated two more centers, the Sapien Lab Center for Human Brain and Mind and the Mathuri Satyanarayana Center for Research on Humanities and Social Sciences. These centers primarily focus on studying issues which have societal impacts, collective society. So please join me in congratulating them for their achievements. And dear students, you have been part of this institution for the last few years. The education you have received and the exposure you have gained, we believe, will enable you to contribute to the wider world out there. Apart from its pioneering interwoven approach to learning, research, and pedagogy, Kriya prides itself on cultivating ethics and creativity in our students. We see plenty of opportunities for students with a broad exposure and thorough disciplinary knowledge to help humanity deal with uncertain times. As we all know, the world that we seem to be living in is evolving in unpredictable ways. The academic programs at IFMR GSB are distinctive in several ways. The admission process to both the doctoral and management programs is inclusive, while the curriculum itself is rigorous, contemporary, and relevant. The courses are conducted by faculty who contribute to the discipline with their research. Okay? So, a very active faculty that you have. Students get to develop a perspective of what they learn. No wonder we place our students in top companies, both nationally and internationally. Companies seek us for their management development program, which is an area of steady growth. Our symposium on finance and economics attracts world-class speakers and presentation year on year. The fact that many leading corporate houses and new business ventures have offered placements to our management graduate students is a testimony to the quality, innovation, and training components of our business administration course. Our doctoral students are the torch bearers of our cutting-edge education. In all, Our students develop the acumen to take on challenges faced by established corporate houses, and they also have the futuristic outlook to help grow new ventures. That you are able to study in an institution of this stature is due to the tireless efforts of some well-meaning individuals who had the aspiration to contribute to society. I wish to recall a poem by the national poet Subramanya Bharati. I will read it out in Tamil and also give my translation of that. அன்ன சத்திரம் ஆயிரம் வைத்தல் ஆலயம் 10,000 நாட்டல் பின்னருள்ள தர்மங்கள் யாவும் பெயர் விளங்கி ஒளிர நிறுத்தல் அன்னையாவினும் புண்ணியம் கோடி ஆங்கோர் ஏழைக்கு எழுத்தறிவித்தல். A simple translation of this, no, though not as poetic as what Bharati did, runs something like this. Compared to making 1,000 chowdhuries or erecting 10,000 temples or doing other good deeds that bring name and fame, it is a greater virtue to teach a person from a humble background. Many well-wishers who are aligned to the vision of Kriya have contributed to the university's creation and growth. Their contributions are in the form of intellectual inputs, scholarships to students, infrastructure development for the university, research centers, chair professorships, and so on. We are grateful for their commitment to contribute to higher education and for choosing Kriya as the vehicle for that noble cause. It's a matter of pride that our Kriya students have engaged in educational outreach in areas surrounding Sri City. They worked with students in local government schools. Through such intervention, we remind ourselves of the pressing need for access to education for all. Now, so far I have been talking about education, and even a great mind like Subramanya Bharati says education is far better than doing any other good deed. Why so? Because the word education itself might mean different things for different people. For somebody like Martin Luther King, education is the source of intelligence and courage. The great musician B.B. King of the blues fame would say that education is a permanent treasure, something that will always be with you once you possess it. For Helen Keller, education is to cultivate tolerance. Benjamin Franklin, scientist and polymath, education is the best investment yielding a high return. A revolutionary like Nelson Mandela would see education as a weapon to change the world for the better. In sum, education always plays a positive role in everyone's life. It refines you to ask the right kind of question and gives you what you need. I am reminded of Kalpavriksha, the wish-granting tree that we learn in Indian mythology. All you need to do is to put in efforts to reach the tree and have your wishes granted. Similarly, you can say that in some sense, education is even better than Kalpavriksha, because Kalpavriksha will give you whatever you want, irrespective of whether it's a good thing or bad thing, but education will always give you good things. Students, we have started you on this exciting journey of learning. Alvin Toffler, the American writer who wrote a lot on futuristic technologies, says the following: the illiterate of the future will not be the person who cannot read. It will be the person who does not know how to learn. Being a forward-thinking institution, Kriya has primed all of us to learn. Keep learning to enliven your life and of others as well. Be that enlightened soul that sees the need for education always and education for everyone. Before I close, on behalf of the management, faculty, and staff of Kriya, I congratulate all the graduates and the distinguished alumni and wish you every success in whatever endeavor you do. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Shiva, for that very warm, heartfelt, powerful speech. The academic journey is truly special, and so is the bond that one shares with their alma mater, especially the faculty Please allow me also a moment to introduce the distinguished faculty on stage. Professor Lakshmi Kumar, Dean, IFMR Graduate School of Business. Professor Suresh Venkatraman, former MBA Chairperson, IFMR GSB. And Professor Shobha Das, former Dean, IFMR Graduate School of Business. At the convocation, we were really keen for our students to share with us their take on their life and learnings from IFMR GSB. We were keen to listen to how the institution has shaped and influenced their life and career. And based on a whole host of criteria, including academic performance, extracurricular achievements, ability to articulate in public, and based on their campus interactions, we've invited 2 students from the MBA cohort of 2020 and 2021 to make a graduation speech here on this very momentous occasion. To deliver the graduation speech on behalf of MBA cohort of 2020, may I please invite on stage Anjula Singh.
Good morning to our esteemed guests, distinguished professors, IFMR staff, dearest families, my batchmates and juniors. It is my honor today to thank all those that have made these 2 years such a success. I hope my words today do justice to your thoughts. It has been an adventurous journey filled with myriad emotions, and that we are here today, united to reflect on the same, is a thing to celebrate. Piyush, dear, you will be missed and will always stay alive in our hearts. My sincere condolence for all the loved ones whom we have lost on the way. They must be proud watching us achieving this milestone and being each other's support system. To the families, it is your support and sheer faith in our abilities that helped each one of us to keep our world in orbit and kept on a track during this 2-year marathon. We cannot imagine being here and achieving all that we have were it is not for your love and encouragement. To the professors, thank you for treating all of us as a personal challenge and being instrumental in making this happen. Your guidance, wisdom, and the skills you imparted to us shall fuel us above and beyond for a lifetime of success. To the support staff, you have been like family to us for these 2 years. Thank you for taking care of each one of us for our obstacles, thereby allowing us to focus on growth and learning. To my batchmates, what an incredible batch. All of them have been so humble about their achievements, and trust me, every opportunity to speak with you has been a blessing. To my juniors, you literally became part and parcel of our lives in just a year. Thanks to the stellar environment and pedagogy at IFMR GSB that have kindled in us the quest to excel and be a responsible member of the world with a motive to give back to society at large and to become the beacon holders of sustainable positive change. Through these 2 years, we learned several business and life skills inside and outside the classroom. I, for one, joined IFMR as an ex-IT engineer and left the institute as a consultant at Deloitte. But it is really the academic rigor, lots of sleepless nights, completing projects, assignments, club activities, social events, cultural nights, sports, stress buster Maggie at hot and cool shop outside campus, the people we met, the bonds we made, that defines the journey at IFMR GSB. Now, more than ever, we realize how IFMR GSB has been a launchpad for our careers into the corporate world, as we continuously draw from the learnings to successfully conquer all challenges. In the years to come, we will mark our foot in banking, finance, consulting, marketing, operations, and even some will be founding their own ventures. But the common thread that shall always connect us, that will be IFMR GSB, Kriya University, the place we called home. On this note, I, Anjula Singh, congratulate and extend my best wishes to one and all once again for reaching this milestone in our lives and more to conquer in future. Thank you all for your gracious presence and precious time over here. Stay healthy and connected until we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjula, for that speech delivered straight from the heart. On behalf of MBA cohort of 2021, we have Swasti Dugal, who will deliver the graduation speech. Swasti?
A very good morning to everyone. I am greatly honored and humbled to stand here today. Before I continue, I really want to say a couple of well-deserved words of gratitude. First of all, to the director and the board of Kriya University. Thank you so much for your vision and all that you've done for us for our holistic growth and development. Next, to the professors and the faculty members of IFMR GSB. Thank you so much for sharing your extensive knowledge and vast experiences and for guiding us throughout. Lastly, I would like to thank all the parents, friends, and family members on behalf of all the graduates for your unbelievable love and support, which has been a huge token of confidence for all of us, and we are extremely grateful for all of it. Finally, a heartiest congratulations to all the graduates. We really did it. I still can't believe how fast the last 2 years of college have flown by. The excitement I had upon receiving the acceptance letter is still a very fresh memory, and it seems only yesterday that we were sitting in the inauguration ceremony, and here we are today, attending the convocation already. There is no question that the last 2 years have been pivotal in shaping us into who we are today. We have all grown, had our own obstacles and triumphs, but one thing is for sure, that we all stand here extremely proud of all that we've accomplished so far. As our time here seemingly flashed by, so I thought it would rather be fitting to take a step back and reflect for a moment. So let's just try and paint a picture here. It's June 2019, and we started with the orientation week. And soon enough, we were seen running from the mess to the academic block just to make it in time for the classes and the quizzes, and not to forget the struggle to manage all the extracurriculars while pulling all-nighters just to ensure that the assignments are turned in on time. The life at college was so eventful that we literally had to be forced inside our hostels at the curfew time by the guards. I can still hear those whistles blowing. After a rather intense first year of projects, case studies, deadlines, assignments, and whatnot, we were hit by a rather unprecedented event of COVID-19. Little did we know while leaving college then that we're not really going to be coming back, which actually made our batch pretty unique. You see, all of us here have had a roller coaster ride. Right from quarantines to virtual classes, to getting accustomed to Canvas and online exams, to literally waking up a minute before the classes began. But again, we pulled through. Which brings me to a point where I'm trying to build an inspirational picture, but I doubt if I am the best fit for it. So what I'd rather do is to borrow some words from William Shakespeare, who rightly quoted that some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. In life, we can't always count on being born great or having greatness thrust upon us, but always remember that the opportunity to achieve greatness is well within our grasp. Of course, greatness is very subjective and personal and is up to us how we define it. But if there is anything that you take away from today, just remember that achieving greatness is not about getting money or recognition. It's to leave those with whom we cross paths with a little more hope and happiness. Our time here together as the batch of 2021 will not be remembered by grades or popularity. It'll rather be remembered by the people we met, the relationships we built, the experiences we had, and most importantly, the kind of people we grew to be. So that's all I had to share. It's been a phenomenal journey that I've had the honor and the pleasure of sharing with all of you, and I wish you from the bottom of my heart, sincerest congratulations and good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Swasti, for your speech full of nostalgia and for reminding us of the importance of gratitude. It is not without reason that we at Kriya pride ourselves in preparing our students for a world that is dynamic and also unpredictable. Even though it seems like we have crossed over a bridge and we are huddled here in person to celebrate a milestone event, every now and then the pandemic reminds us of its power and its presence. Unfortunately, our chief guest, Dr. Naushad Forbes, has been indisposed and is unable to be with us this morning in person. But as they say, every cloud has a silver lining, and thanks to technology, he's joining us live from his home in Pune. Before we invite Dr. Forbes to deliver the convocation address, may I please request Kapil Vishwanathan, Chairman, Executive Committee, Kriya University, to introduce Dr. Forbes.
Jnanam bharaha kriyam vina. This line in Sanskrit, taken from the Panchatantra, captures the essence of Kriya University's ethos of creativity in action. Jnanam bharaha kriyam vina means knowledge without action, knowledge without kriya is a burden. Our chief guest today embodies this spirit of creativity and action, of Jnanam and Kriya, as both an illustrious scholar and an industrialist rolled into one. It is my privilege to introduce to you Dr. Naushad Forbes, who I first ran into more than 20 years ago when I was a student at Stanford University and he a professor. Dr. Forbes is the co-chairman of Forbes Marshall, India's leading steam engineering and control automation firm. He is also the chairman of Ananta Aspen Center and was the president of CII, the Confederation of Indian Industry, from 2016 to 17. He is also the chairman of the Center for Technology, Innovation and Economic Research in Pune. Under his leadership, Forbes Marshall has consistently ranked among India's great places to work. Dr. Forbes was an occasional lecturer and consulting professor at Stanford University from 1987 to 2004, where he developed courses on technology in newly industrialized countries, like India at the time. He received his bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees from Stanford University. He has recently been presented with an honorary doctorate by the University of Edinburgh. And Dr. Forbes' recent book on restoring India's potential, published by HarperCollins in January of this year, has received exceptional reviews. Naushad, virtually a very warm welcome to you. We are eagerly looking forward to the wisdom that you will share with us today. And it is a sobering sign of the times that I must end my welcome with the words, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kapil. Thank you for that very warm introduction. So, good morning, everyone. Mr. N. Vagul, Chancellor, members of the Governing Council, Vice Chancellor and members of the faculty, my friend Kapil, recent graduates, especially recent graduates, ladies and gentlemen. First, my very warmest congratulations to all the graduates. It's a pleasure for me to be with you today, and thank you for this opportunity to be with you at Kriya University's Convocation. We live in truly unprecedented times. That word was unprecedented, was used by a couple of people, by the Vice Chancellor just now, by one of the student speakers just now. Unprecedented is an overused word, but if ever there was a time in history when it applies, it's now. We've all been going through an unprecedented health crisis, as you know, in terms of the number of countries and the population in each that's been affected by it. And as Kapil mentioned, the reason I'm not with you in person for this event is because of COVID reaching me. And the fact that we only wanted you to collect your diploma today and not COVID as well. So having lived through this health crisis, we would think that we can now return to a more normal world, but we are faced with the consequences of a war in Europe and a potential global recession. So you're all graduating in truly unprecedented times. with simultaneous challenges prompted by health, geopolitics, and economy. And I can imagine that there are concerns about the world's future, about our country's future, and about your own individual future and prospects. Now, unprecedented times call for unprecedented leadership. Can we collectively rise to the challenges we face? How can you, as newly minted management and this afternoon liberal arts graduates, participate in this process? A convocation address is an opportunity to indulge oneself. Since you don't get to ask any questions, this is a fine opportunity to give advice with no consequences. I thought so I'd make a few comments about your options in these unprecedented times. I'm mindful that you are all either recent graduates or are parents of students or are well-wishers of this institution. And having a degree from a fine institution such as Kriya is a privilege. It means one automatically has opportunities, one automatically has options that are distinct and attractive. And so therefore, these reflections are really for those like you who have this privilege of choice, and it really is a privilege. So let's start with choosing the right career. How does one choose a career? I believe very strongly that one must enjoy what one does. This to me is an absolute. If you don't enjoy your work, change what you do. Too many of us choose fields of study and choose careers because someone tells us they're good to do. We must value English as much as business and history as much as engineering or medicine. The same applies to all professions, teaching or government service or working in consulting or banking or whatever. And if you work in industry, the quality of the company matters more than its fame. Any student of management, such as all you recently minted MBAs out there, will be familiar with the theory of motivation. Just to remind you that factors split into motivation factors and hygiene factors. Money, as you know, is a hygiene factor. If you don't have it, you will be dissatisfied, but if you do have it, you may still not be satisfied. Satisfaction requires motivation, and the most enduring motivation factor is the content of the job itself. To that, I would add the kind of people one works with on a day-to-day basis. So one must work with good people whose company one enjoys, and the content of the job should be such that the work is challenging and one learns all the time. If those two are right, if the content of the job is right and the people one works with are right, if those two are right, then that will provide its own reward. It also matters where one works. As Kapil mentioned, until some years ago, I used to teach a course each year at Stanford. I loved the course, the university, and the teaching. I got to meet students like Kapil at that time. People used to ask me which I enjoyed more, teaching at Stanford or working in Pune. And my answer was always that while I enjoyed the teaching very much, I knew that regardless of how much people liked my course, it made very little difference to the university. Stanford was a great university before I got there. And if it had never heard of me, it would still be a great university. I felt, though, that working in India, I made more of a difference in our company, in industry in general, in the society around me. Perhaps that's all just my ego speaking, but I felt and I feel now that I make a difference here, and that makes it all worthwhile. I'd like to tell you a quick story next, and I'll then talk about your potential role as a newly minted graduate, a leader, so we have the right future. My story is about someone who works as a security guard in our company. He said to us a few years ago that his son had graduated as an engineer and gone to work for GE, and his daughter had qualified as a doctor and started work in a hospital. This is a security guard. So within a year, this family had gone from a monthly income of roughly 15,000 rupees or so to a monthly income of 1.5 lakh. That jump, that jump of a factor of 10 in consuming power is what has been driving our growth forward. As you may know, consumption contributes over 60% of our GDP growth. This growth is real, it's widespread, and it has 30 years more to run. Now, note two things from this story. First, the security guard is not unique. There are hundreds of thousands like him. But he's also not typical. There are many, many millions of Indians who aspire to go through the same process. And that's our development challenge. How do we create opportunity for all 1.4 billion of our population? Note also the crucial role of education. It was the ladder of progress for our security guards family. As the Vice Chancellor was saying earlier this morning, the role that education plays has long been recognized by many, many thinkers through history in being so transformative to people in their own individual development, not only in giving them great opportunities for livelihood, but giving them great platforms to be wonderful citizens, citizens of the country in which they live and of the world in which they live. So I hope you appreciate that your education is both a path to a better livelihood and a platform for great citizenship. Let me come back to my argument of working in India. When I graduated from college in 1987, a long time ago, we lived in an India that was stuck. My favorite weekly newspaper, The Economist, did a survey of the Indian economy in June 1991, in which it said, nowhere in the world is the gap between what might have been achieved and what has been achieved as great as it is in India. That's a very sobering statement. Nowhere in the world is the gap between what has been achieved and what might have been achieved as great as it is here. Isn't it great that in these 30 years, so much has changed that today no one could make that same statement? So as we watch our MLAs, take private jets from Mumbai. If you live in Pune, you watch them fly from Mumbai to Surat, to Guwahati, to Goa, back to Mumbai. As we deal with all of our unprecedented health, geopolitical, and economic challenges, I think it's good to remind ourselves that in the last 30 years, India has been one of the world's 10 best performing economies. And our collective task is to ensure that it will also be one of the world's 10 best performing economies in the next 30 years. We cannot take that for granted. Achieving that must be our minimum ask for any government we have and for ourselves. But let me go further. Our task is not only to ensure that we're one of the world's 10 best performing economies in the next 30 years, we have to ensure that we are the world's best performing economy in the next 30 years. That should be our goal. Now, how can we be the world's best performing economy in the next 30 years? We've progressed substantially since 1991, but we're still in the poorest 1/3 of countries in the world. We're somewhere around country number 130 and 190 or so. Let's compare ourselves with our aggressive and for now sealed off northern neighbor. In 1980, both China and India had roughly the same wealth. Today, China is between 5 and 6 times as rich as we are. How? In these last 40 years, we have grown 5 to 6% a year, the best performance in our history. But China has grown 9% a year for 40 years. And that difference of 3 to 4% has made them 5 times richer than we are now. We have to do the same. If we grow 9% each year, it will take us 20 years to be as rich in 20 years as China is today. That surely must be our minimum aspiration, to be as rich as China is today in 20 years' time. Let me continue with an assertion. The strength of the Indian economy rests in private individuals and our private sector. Again, a comparison with China is instructive. Whenever I visited China, I've always been struck by the role of the government there. It truly leads the economy, investing in infrastructure in a massive way, identifying new sectors for its public and private sector to invest in, building institutions for education and research. I've also been struck on visits to China how everyone says the same thing. Whether you speak to someone in the government in Beijing, an academic, or a businessman, you hear the same thing, the same priorities, the same challenges, the same tasks underway. This may all sound very positive to you, but as an Indian, I find it very unnerving. Far from a scenario where someone from the government and someone from the private sector says the same thing, I'm used to the difficulty of finishing any sentence that begins with the words, Indian industrialists believe that. It is this diversity of opinion that makes Indian industrialists resilient, entrepreneurial, and independent. And just as I am uncomfortable with the conformity of China, I am much more comfortable with our diversity in India. A diversity of communities, languages, religions, ethnicities, opinions, and arguments that makes us easily the world's most diverse country. In no other country does such diversity exist. We are a vibrant and noisy democracy, and I disagree with anyone who tries to make us conform to a narrower definition of what it means to be Indian. Our diversity is a huge strength, but we should not take it for granted. It must be protected, nurtured, and used. We can use our diversity to lead the world in economic progress and in cultural achievement, and in building the kind of society where people from all corners of the earth will want to live. Whose responsibility is it to provide this leadership so all this can happen? In an authoritarian country like China, it's the government and the leader of that government that everyone looks to. But in our noisy democracy, leadership is much more diffuse. There is a need everywhere for people to lead. This creates space for those like you newly minted graduates to lead. So what should you do? Well, let's return to our current, most serious challenge coming from COVID, the geopolitics, and a potential global recession. Now, most immediate challenge is the economy. One of the most troubling aspects of our current economy has been the fall in the employment ratio in the country. The Center for Monitoring the Indian Economy estimates that roughly 20 million fewer people are employed in urban India today than they were 2.5 years ago. That 20 million people is a reversal of 3 decades of progress, where people would migrate from rural areas to urban areas in search of better livelihoods. One of our biggest employers is the tourism and hospitality sector. And this sector, as you know, has been hammered by the pandemic, as it has in every country. As things get more normal, and as anyone who's taken a flight in the last 2 months knows, everything is full, everything is packed, and the sector is reviving. But again, we should not take its growth engine potential for granted. So I hope that many of you will seek careers in the travel and tourism industry. It's not one that's at the top of the list when MBAs consider options for careers. But I think it's a wonderful industry to be part of. Tourism is our greatest untapped opportunity. No country can match us in the combination of architectural diversity, natural beauty, and diversity of culture than any other. We have it more than any other. With all this to offer, why, using pre-pandemic numbers, are we country number 25 in the world tourism rankings? Why can't we match country number 1, France, with over 80 million tourists a year against our current 15 million tourists, half of whom are NRIs? A first step would be to match Thailand's 30 million. We also have great potential in manufacturing. China's growth has been driven by manufacturing. If China's economy is 5 times ours, its manufacturing sector is 8 times ours. And China invests 25 times as much as we do in R&D. So we have clearly much to do here. These are huge gaps that we have to fill over the years. One of our biggest opportunities is our abundance of engineering and management talent. From Kriya, we are 400 students are graduating in management at the present time. And we produce, as you know, hundreds of thousands of management graduates a year and over 1 million engineers a year. This is a huge talent pool. It's the source of our IT industry's great success. It needs to also be the source of our manufacturing industry's great success. That means that Indian industry has to greatly enhance its investment in R&D. Indian industry today invests 0.3% of GDP in in-house R&D versus 1.5% of GDP as the world average, and also what China does. So we need to expand our investment in in-house R&D by a factor of 5 within our firms. I hope that the very best of you graduating today will seek careers in manufacturing companies that are serious about R&D. We need you to help us build great manufacturing companies with proprietary technology that we can then take around the world. Apart from 400 management students, almost 100 liberal arts students are graduating from Kriya today. I was at a meeting organized by the Singapore government on higher education 2 weeks ago that brought together the heads of some leading universities with a few industry people. A key discussion was on how to build agile and resilient graduates for the world we now have. And a takeaway for me from that meeting was that we need both depth and breadth of knowledge. Depth comes from deep immersion in a discipline. One master's understanding of a particular field, finance, anthropology, it doesn't matter what it is. And this mastery of that particular field gives one the confidence we need to apply our own knowledge much more widely. The Indian higher education system, at its best, has been great at depth. An electrical engineer really understood electrical engineering. But many key problems the world faces today are inherently multidisciplinary, needing different perspectives, and interdisciplinary, needing combined perspectives. Take an issue like climate change, probably our largest, biggest global challenge, and not just today, but for the next probably 30 years. Take the issue of polarized societies. Take the role that we have a huge opportunity with in India of our federal structure and the role that our federal structure can play in development, where power is shared between the union government in Delhi and 28 state governments. These are inherently problems that simple disciplines cannot fully address. So together with depth of understanding in a particular field, we need the breadth of understanding that a liberal arts education provides. That is why the new private universities of Ashoka, Ahmedabad, the Nayantha project I'm involved with some CII friends, and most definitely Kriya, are so important to the country. So my very special congratulations to the students who had the very good sense to choose to study liberal arts at Kriya. I hope you leave here with the confidence that comes from your major field of study and the ability to make sense of our world from the context that a fine liberal arts education provides. I think it's time to end now. As young graduates, you are ideally placed to provide the leadership to meet these challenges, addressing our key economic challenge of employment by placing the promotion of employment generating things like tourism and manufacturing at the center of our growth story, so we include all 1.4 billion people in our progress. Addressing climate change through a mix of technology and technology solutions and economic and social science solutions, such as a carbon tax, say, to move the country in a low carbon direction. Using our federal structure to improve governance and unleash social and economic development so the average Indian's life is better. All this is a huge challenge. But it is precisely this point that there is so much to do, so much need everywhere, so much opportunity to contribute at work, so much opportunity to contribute in our communities that makes for purpose in life. So my congratulations again to all the graduates. I wish you a life of freedom where your diversity has full run, of doing what you love, and of being the leaders who will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Forbes, for your fantastic words, packed really with the potential and possibilities of a future filled with hope and optimism. Thank you so much for doing this despite the situation that you are in. It really means a lot to us. I'd like to now acknowledge how privileged we are to have amidst us our Chancellor, Shri N. Vagul. Thank you, sir, for being with us. I request you to deliver the Chancellor's address, please.
Thank you. I really do not know what to say. Naushad has made some very interesting points. I'm sure that you have taken note of that. But more important than what Naushad has said is what he has been able to achieve. That's a lesson to all of us. How many of you do know the company which he chairs, Forbes Marshall, is nearly 100 years old. And I find it started in 1926. Not many companies have that longevity. After all, the longevity of the human beings is slowly increasing. It used to be around 60, 70. The longevity is able to accommodate people like me who are in late 80s, sitting here and talking comfortably. But the companies have a higher mortality. There are companies which, how did the companies die? How do the companies die? You must have heard about Kodak, which was supposed to be the best company from the point of view of photography. Have you heard of Xerox? I don't know how many of you have Xerox. Xerox is a company which was in photocopying. You don't hear about these companies now. I remember the Chancellor, Vice Chancellor Research, Vice Chairman Research of the Xerox company was my friend. He was heading the research in Palo Alto. But 30 years back, the researchers discovered laptop, which subsequently Steve Jobs and Bill Gates propagated. He wrote to his headquarters saying, we discovered the laptop which is going to make a revolution in the world. The headquarters said, you make a note that we are in the business of copying. We are not in the business of computing. So this is not relevant to us. And I think that started the fall of Xerox. You don't hear about it. The most important thing what the company which Naushad heads is the way in which he has been reinventing, the company has been reinventing from time to time. I retired from the corporate world nearly 20 years back. After 20 years back, I thought that I have learned everything and went to a slumber. Recently, of course, I am associated with some boards from time to time. Listening to a presentation in the last board meeting, I turned to the chairman and asked what language he is speaking. I'm not able to understand. The chairman told me, I'm surprised he's speaking in English, but I don't understand a word of what he says. Because they are using, the whole language has changed, technology has changed. I keep on reading Economic Times or Financial Express, whatever that comes to me, but they don't mean anything. So it's like a Rip Van Winkle who went into a slumber for 20 years, suddenly woke up and decided to decipher an entirely new world unfolding before yourself. You have graduated in 2021. Between 2021 and today, the world has changed enormously. I think that's a key point which you'll have to learn, that that world has changed, and unless you keep on updating your knowledge, the end of the convocation is not the end of your journey, it's the beginning of your learning process. And I think you don't get into the same mistake which happened to me, sitting in the boardroom, staring emptily. I don't understand much of what is being said. The language is different. And the technology is different. Today, technology has reached a point where it can overhear whatever is being talked about here. I think they will be in a position to snoop around and saying, who said what? You don't need to sort of make. So it's important for you to realize that you are living in a changed world, and I think that's what Pope said. Second point, and quickly finish it. I don't know how many of you know that the company which Naushad represents is the top 10 from the point of view of job preference in the country. It's ranked 9th. The people go, and it's not a very big company like Reliance or Adani's or anything like that. It's a small company from India, even though it's a multinational company with 28 and established in 28 countries. In India, there's a small company, but it's the most preferred company from the point of view of employment. And that tells you a whole story why, right through his speech, at least in the first part of the speech, he emphasized the job aspect, the job quality. Today, in the corporate world, a new inflection point has arisen. The inflection point is emphasis on job quality. It is the job quality which is going to lead to job performance. It is the job performance which leads to job productivity. It is the job productivity which is going to lead to the increased shareholder value. I think you have to grasp that idea. The days in which we just did a job that was assigned to us is gone. The job quality means that you have to invent in the job. You have to do something which is very different from the point of view of making the atmosphere more lively, the atmosphere more congenial, in which everybody is able to work like a team and able to deliver the goods. I think that's what Naushad's company stands for, from what I know. And that's what we should always aim to achieve it. I would like to once again join the congratulations in wishing the 2021 graduates all the best. It's a pity that we have taken this long. COVID has been a very cruel impact on the society. It has changed the mindset of most of us. We have lost a lot of things during these 2 years. But I think we should have the determination to get back and let this assembly of people, it just gives me a great joy to come again and think in terms of meeting people and as I addressing this group and listening to people. I mean, I thought they were just forgotten. We're just not going to meet anybody. It gives me a great thrill. I'm glad that this has happened. It's a momentous occasion for us in the Kriya. It's a momentous occasion for you. Make the most of it. Meet your people. Enjoy your company. Enjoy the people whom I met for a long time. And most important, when you go back to your respective jobs, keep in mind that the world is changing and the new world really demands just not completion of the job, but improvement in the job quality, improvement in the job productivity, and improvement in performance. And the world is changing around us, and you will have to constantly equip yourself for meeting the changing world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shivagul, for your very inspiring words and for leading us through the vision that's Kriya. I now invite Professor Shobha Das, former Dean and Area Chair, Strategic Management at IFMR Graduate School of Business, to announce the names of the academic medal winners of the MBA cohort of 2020 and 2021. Please also allow me a moment to welcome Professor Velcheru Narayana Rao, our distinguished guest of honor, Honorary Fellow of Sahitya Academy, and Krishna Devaraya Professor of Languages and Cultures of Asia, University of Wisconsin-Madison. Thank you so much, Professor Rao, for being with us today. I request you to present the awards to the students. Professor Das, over to you.
Good morning. I now present you the list of gold medal awardees of the MBA 2018-2020 batch. The CM Kothari Gold Medal for obtaining the first rank has been awarded to Venkatesh H.
Okay, sir. Sir, here. Sir, please come closer. Ready? Just one more.
A Sivasalam Gold Medal for obtaining the second rank has been awarded to Prabhu Ji. Prabhu was not able to join us today. The AMM Arunachalam Gold Medal for obtaining the third rank has been awarded to Anjula Singh. H.T. Parekh Gold Medal for the best all-round performance has been awarded to Aman Sharma. Aman was not able to join us today. I now present you the list of gold medal awardees of the MBA batch 2019-2021. The CM Kothari Gold Medal for obtaining the first rank has been awarded to Swasti.
Sir, அப்படிங்க பாருங்க சார்.
The A Sivasalam Gold Medal for obtaining the second rank has been awarded to Harini Ji. The AMM Arunachalam Gold Medal for obtaining the third rank has been awarded to Sonu Agarwal. The H.T. Parekh Gold Medal for the best all-round performance has been awarded to Shrishti Maheshwari. Shrishti was not able to join us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Narayan Rao and Professor Das. May I please request our Chancellor, Shri N. Vagul, to present a bouquet to Professor Narayan Rao. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. May I please invite Professor Suresh Venkatraman, former chairperson, MBA program and associate professor, operations management at IFMR Graduate School of Business, to announce the names of the graduates for MBA cohort of 2020 and 2021. May I please request Professor Shivakumar, our Vice Chancellor, and Professor Lakshmi Kumar, Dean, IFMR GSB, to present the certificates to the students. Professor Suresh, over to you.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Thank you so much, Shivagul and Professor Narayan Rao. Thank you so much for being with us.
I'll read. Behind better, photography. Hello, madam. Photography anga varano. No. I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Master of Business Administration, IFMR Graduate School of Business, Kriya University. We'll be running concurrently from both the sides. May I request in the order, Ayushi Tanwar, Aditi Jain, Aditya Kankar, Aishwarya Patnaik, Akanksha Agarwal, Akanksha Luhadia, Akhil Ashok, Anika, Anik Chakravarti, Ankit Tilwani, Anukriti Upreti, Arunika Megha, the order at all? Not in the order. Raghunandan, Ayushi Fatwani,
Bajish Sheikh. Yeah. I can't find his name here, it's a problem. Bharat P. Who's after you? Reema Tanjani. Chinmay Bindal. Deepak Pandey. Gautam Arivarasan. Mridula. Kevin Jain. Mugdha Kirloskar. Nagarajan. Kumar Avinash. Prashant S. Prashant S. Pritish Fadnis. Kishore K. Kushal. Jai Shri Kilaru. Kevin Jain. Sagarika. Rajkumar Mohan. Sahil Patil. Somaraju. Sandeep Paul. Sanjay Menon. Sanjay Sharma. Satyam Arora. Saurav Kar. Shreya Tripathi. Sagarika. Soumya Ranjan Patra. Subhash Venkatraman. Sudhanshu Kumar. Sumit Verma.
Surendra, Tanmay Mukherjee, Thiruvengadam, Vaishak Raja, Vaishali Tyagi, Vanshika Gadodia, Prashant Reddy, Vibhushita, Vidushi Jaiswal, Vinay Kumar, Abhishek Pandey, Bandhavi, Madhvi Singh, Madhumita Hariharan, Bernice Selvan, Bandhavi, Divya Francis, Jai Jobanputra, Divya, Jai Jobanputra, Panchal, Manthan Panchal, Prashant S, Kishore K, Sanjay Menon, Sai Vinod, Shruti Gadam, that's it. Sudha Sandur, Nidhi Sugan, Vinay Krishnan, Vishwanath, Sorry, anybody else from 1820? No? I'm trying to match the face to the name. Okay, thank you, Professor Shivakumar. Thank you very much. I request our Pro VC, Ramkumar sir, to please help us out for the next batch. Madam, please continue. Ma'am, you have to continue. Yes, yes. Asha Bhavani, Ayushi Jain, Ayushi Junjunwala, Adishwar Singh, Aditya Logad, Akanksha Singh, Amara Venkatesh, Amit Agarwal, Ananya Kumari, Anusha P, Archana Mahapatra, yes, sir. Arigna Datta, Arpit Thakkar, Arun Prasad, Ashish Sharma. Yes, sir. Ayush Singh, Bhavit Sunkara, Narasimha Kishore, Chinmay Das, Sri Ramya, Darshan Bhatia, Deepesh Daga, Drishti Joshi, Vinay Kumar, Ishwar K, Arvind Ganagani, Harita Depuru, Isha Chaudhary, Geetesh Mahobia, Jason Matthias, Jaykumar Patel, Jugal Desai, Kailash Swaminathan, Kini Singh, Karla Sai Teja, Sai Sanjay Kolipara, Kirti Yaduka, Kshitij Agarwal, Lovely Premchandani, Manali, Padale, Manvi Singh, Yash Modi, Mohit Modi, please. Mohit Modi. Shweta. Momita Devnath, Sri Venkatesh, Aviral Singh, Parv Shah, Akhil Potla, Prakhar Sharma, Pranshu Mehrotra, Pratik Mishra, Priya Modi, Rahul Singh, Rakshit Bharadwaj, Ravinder Singh Ranawat, Ravinder Ranawat, Riya Bhattacharjee, Rohan Tripathi, Rohit Kishore, Rukmini Murlidharan, Sai Narendran, Sai Pradeep, Nikhil Ajwani, Nikhil, Rohit Kishore, Rukmini, Sai, okay, also over. Sai Pradeep, done. Sanidhya Bharadwaj, Sanjoli Mishra, Lasya Priya, Santosh, Sayali Patil, Sayali, Shiv Kumar Kenyam, Shivam Tripathi, Shivani Sharma, Sreshtha Mishra, Shreya Purwar, Shubham Gupta, Shubham Soy, Shubhi Gupta, Sibi Vishwak, Smriti Jain, Soham Mitra, Shruti VS, Shubhodeep Chakravarti, Sukriti Anand, Supriya Bharati, Supriya, Suvajit Das, Swati Goswami, Tanmoy Acharji, Tejasi Bhatt, Triveni Roth, Umesh Swarankar, Umesh Swarankar, Utkarsh Srivastav, Vaishali Gupta, Vandana Natraj. Vandana. Vindhya Rastogi. Shivani Sinha. Okay, okay. She missed earlier. Okay. Shivani Sinha. Vishaka Rustagi. Yeah. Sunidhi Pandey. Vivian Arun George, sorry. Yugang Chetri. Divyang Goswami. Akash R. Rahul Modi. Umesh Swarankar. Anyone? Yeah, I'll have to go there. No further. Yeah, she'll announce. That lady will announce. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Shiva, Mr. Ramkumar, Professor Lakshmi, and Professor Suresh Venkatraman. The Kriya oath will now be administered. I now request all the graduating students to rise and take the oath. Before the oath is administered, Shashank has not his certificate.
Sorry, I missed Shashank. Please.
Over to you, Professor Suresh.
Sorry for the post-credit scene. Okay. This is the oath. Please repeat one line at a time. Don't rush through. I make a promise today to live and work ethically with compassion, integrity, and conscience. I will be fair and treat everyone fairly. I will help and support those in need. Readily, unconditionally, and without judgment. I will always nurture and keep hope alive through my passion and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Suresh. I now request Professor Lakshmi Kumar, Dean, IFMR GSB, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Give me just a minute, and then you can be free. It is my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks. Firstly, we thank the Chancellor, Mr. Vagul, Chairman of the Executive Committee and Member of the Governing Council, Mr. Kapil, the Chief Guests, Mr. Forbes and Mr. Professor Narayan Rao, VC Shivakumar, Pro VC Ramkumar, for being here and gracing the occasion. I also thank Professor Das, Shobha Das, and Suresh with the morning ceremony. We're also very indebted to Kriya's Board of Management, Academic Council, and Executive Council for providing excellent support. Thanks to Aura for their valuable guidance in event management. This venue has always been important for programs in Chennai, and we are thankful for them having provided the same. The tireless working of the Convocation Committee and subcommittees, along with volunteer teams, the registrar, faculty, and staff of Kriya has made this event momentous and truly an effort on teamwork. I will not forget all the departments, namely Office of Student Life, Communications, VC Office, Academic Administration Team, Exam and Assessment Office, Operations Team, HR Office, Accounts, and Finance Team, as well as the Administrative Office and IT support who has worked tirelessly throughout in unison. It seems strange that we have so many teams, but we do, and they've all worked together for this occasion. Lastly, it would be impossible to conduct this event without the large presence of the graduating students. Thank you very much for your trust in us and for coming here to receive your degrees. Thank you, parents, guests, and media. Dear students, this is a red letter day for you. Wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lakshmi. I request you all to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
May I now request our Vice Chancellor to declare the convocation closed.
I declare the convocation is closed.
Thank you. Students, you may now toss your hats, and we'd love to capture that moment on camera. Three. Okay, ready? Okay. Just give us a moment. Just give us a moment. Camera crew ready? Okay. So I will call out 3, 2, 1, and then you can toss your hats. 3, 2, 1. Please remain in your seats. The guests on stage will leave the venue. I request you all to please remain standing while they leave the auditorium. Please wait for the procession to leave, and I request the faculty to follow the guests on the stage and the students to leave thereafter. We request the students to kindly drop off the gowns at the registration desks, robes and your hats, please. We have some delicious food waiting for you at the food counter. So please go enjoy some delicious meal. Please get some photographs taken and make some memories. And if you have memories to share, don't forget to tag us on our social media handles. Thank you for being a part of this convocation and for being an integral part of Kriya University. Have a fantastic day ahead. Someone seems to have lost their gold bracelet. If anyone finds a gold bracelet, please head to the help desk. There's another student or parent, someone seems to have lost their mobile phone. It is with us. We are going to be leaving it at the help desk. Or if you don't have it, Rakhi here has the phone. So head to the stage and you can pick it up. Students, I have an announcement to make, please. The food counter will be ready for you all to enjoy some delicious meal in about 10-15 minutes. Hang around, head to the photo booth, and then head to the food counter. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Avinash Raju and I'm a first year student here at Kriya.
Hello, I'm Pratibha and I'm a first year student as well.
Hey everyone, I am Sai and I am a second year student here at Kriya.
Welcome to the Kriya Sustainability Walk. Hello and welcome to the Kriya University Sustainability Walk. Here at Kriya, we place great emphasis on sustainability, be it in terms of environment, well-being, or student life. In this video, we will take you across some of the most beautiful and iconic spots and aspects of Kriya which highlight sustainability. Spot number 1, this building behind me. It was built using a lot of eco-friendly materials and eco-friendly practices. All the buildings there have LED lights instead of CFL light bulbs, which help reduce electricity consumption by 35% in comparison to CFL lights. And they also have an extra lifespan of 10 to 15 years. Currently, we're in the OAT, which is the open air amphitheater, and you can see that there's greenery all around me. So this is just the beginning. Sit back and relax as you take you through a visual treat.
Our next spot is the butterfly garden. There are hundreds of butterflies that can be observed here daily and dozens of varieties of species that can be observed. The very easily identifiable ones being the striped tiger, the glossy tiger and the crimson rose. My personal favorite being the crimson rose.
Oh, hi there. Is the camera rolling? Okay, sorry. What you see right behind me are Kriya's solar panels, which account for 40% of our electricity consumption needs. They have a power generation capacity of 50 kilowatt per hour and help conserve 750 tons of CO2 every year, which is equivalent to that absorbed by 35,000 to 40,000 trees. Over the next few years, there is a plan to expand our solar farm and generate more green electricity.
The water body is designated as a biodiversity zone here at Kriya. This acts as a flood control and as a reservoir where we can store rainwater. Due to a high groundwater table and frequent rains, we tend to have rainwater available throughout the year. This is a great conservation measure. This helps us irrigate our landscape and maintains our campus green. We plan to vegetate the campus with native flora and fauna to nourish the natural ecosystem. In addition to the existing trees, we aim to plant more than 500 local forest species of trees. This in order, because of water body and natural ecosystem, we have seen more than 37 identified species of birds and a larger variety of fish, insects and birds altogether. Some of the bird species include the spotted oriole, the black drogo, the Indian roller, pied kingfisher and spotted owlet. One of my favorite species here is the golden oriole, which is a bright yellow color and flies around in pairs.
Following the sustainable outlook of the Kriya community, we plan to start off a sustainability forum under the Social Outreach Club. This forum will undertake student-driven initiatives that promote sensitivity towards the environment. We have undertaken the Community Organic Farming Initiative. The aim of this initiative is to promote sensitivity towards the environment while also getting a hands-on experience of working on a land from scratch. Here, we plan on growing a local variety of organic vegetables. We have planted a local variety of spinach after preparing the land to make it cultivable. After almost 2 months of hard work and waking up early in the mornings every day, the result is truly rewarding. The sewage treatment plant is an innovative, low-energy technology that involves no moving parts except for the pump. Wastewater from the campus is treated here and used for flushing requirements across the campus. This has helped reduce our dependence on outside sources of water. We aspire to make Kriya water self-sufficient one day.
We try to segregate all the waste on campus itself. For dry waste such as paper and plastic, wet waste and e-waste, we have bins on campus which are color-coded. We also have an organic waste management program that we have recently started. We will be able to soon compost all the wet waste generated on campus itself. All recyclable waste such as paper and plastic are given to relevant vendors for recycling. Regarding food waste, the amount is optimally low because we as students make a conscious choice to not to take more than we can eat.
We are at the conclusion of our campus sustainability tour. Thank you so much for watching this video, and we really do hope that you could take away some very environment-friendly practices. Please do follow us on social media for more updates and to get to know a lot more. Take care and stay safe.
Rolling, yay, hi. I'm sorry.
So my name is Ishita. I'm from Mumbai. I'm a second year student here at Kriya.
I'm from Rajahmundry, Andhra Pradesh.
I'm from Roorkee. It's a small city in Uttarakhand.
I'm from Gurgaon.
And I am from Kerala.
That's the reason I like campus. Everything at home is so boring, and everything about Kriya is so the opposite of it. Everything's so live and so exciting.
The foundation here is absolutely fantastic. You approach text in a scientific manner. It's all about reasoning and figuring out how it works. And you also do subjects like ethics and creative expression.
So creative expression was one course where we got an opportunity to interweave arts and then education and then extracurriculars into one thing.
So it's all about developing an all-round personality before you move on to your actual major subject.
And I think immersion experience is like really helpful because I put myself into different things. It's like I don't really like have a spare time with me because I put myself into academics, and out of academics time I will have other times like learning new things like club activities, going for playing TT and all.
Then you will add 1 drop of sulfuric acid.
But when I came here, I was like, people were so nice. Even the professor, they never thought, they never discriminated. They never saw me as that thing which people thought me when I was going in my town with this appearance. So now I have become a more confident person with my personality.
It's not just about mere facts or problem solving as we were exposed to it in high school, but it's more about having a query and delving deep into it and collecting experimentation, evidence collection.
One of the things that Kriya has made me do is to actively try and do things that I wouldn't do and to kind of explore and learn as you go.
Sessions initially from the faculty itself, telling us how to prepare, what possibly we could expect when the day zero companies come in. And placement's going pretty well. Most of us are pleased.
The world today has a lot of problems, challenges which we know about, challenges which we don't know about. Among the challenges we know, population aging, climate change, new technology which is going to render a lot of people without jobs. And our role in an educational institution is to prepare our students for that world, both to address their own personal challenges in that world, but also address humanity's challenges. And the way to do that is not so much to teach them information, but to really give them the capacity to think, capacity to not only just think but also express themselves, communicate what they've learned to the wider world, and make persuasive arguments which force the world to change.
Hello everyone, I'm Avinash Raju and I'm a first year student here at Kriya.
Hello, I'm Pratibha and I'm a first year student as well.
Hey everyone, I'm Sai and I'm a second year student here at Kriya.
Welcome to the Kriya Sustainability Walk. Hello and welcome to the Kriya University Sustainability Walk. Here at Kriya, we place great emphasis on sustainability, be it in terms of environment, well-being, or student life. In this video, we will take you across some of the most beautiful and iconic spots and aspects of Kriya which highlight sustainability. Spot number 1, this building behind me. It was built using a lot of eco-friendly materials and eco-friendly practices. All the buildings there have LED lights instead of CFL light bulbs, which help reduce electricity consumption by 35% in comparison to CFL lights. And they also have an extra lifespan of 10 to 15 years. Currently, we're in the OAT, which is the open air amphitheater, and you can see that there's greenery all around me. So this is just the beginning. Sit back and relax as you take you through a visual treat.
Our next spot is the butterfly garden. There are hundreds of butterflies that can be observed here daily and dozens of varieties of species that can be observed. The very easily identifiable ones being the striped tiger, the glossy tiger and the crimson rose. My personal favorite being the crimson rose.
Oh, hi there. Is the camera rolling? Okay, sorry. What you see right behind me are Kriya's solar panels, which account for 40% of our electricity consumption needs. They have a power generation capacity of 50 kilowatt per hour and help conserve 750 tons of CO2 every year, which is equivalent to that absorbed by 35,000 to 40,000 trees. Over the next few years, there is a plan to expand our solar farm and generate more green electricity.
The water body is designated as a biodiversity zone here at Kriya. This acts as a flood control and as a reservoir where we can store rainwater. Due to a high groundwater table and frequent rains, we tend to have rainwater available throughout the year. This is a great conservation measure. This helps us irrigate our landscape and maintains our campus green. We plan to vegetate the campus with native flora and fauna to nourish the natural ecosystem. In addition to the existing trees, we aim to plant more than 500 local forest species of trees. This in order because of water body and natural ecosystem, we have seen more than 37 identified species of birds and a larger variety of fish, insects and birds altogether. Some of the bird species include the spotted oriole, the black drogo, the Indian roller, pied kingfisher and spotted owlet. One of my favorite species here is the golden oriole, which is a bright yellow color and flies around in pairs.
Sustainable outlook of the Kriya community, we plan to start off a sustainability forum under the Social Outreach Club. This forum will undertake student-driven initiatives that promote sensitivity towards the environment. We have undertaken the Community Organic Farming Initiative. The aim of this initiative is to promote sensitivity towards the environment while also getting the hands-on experience of working on a land from scratch. Here, we plan on growing a local variety of organic vegetables. We have planted a local variety of spinach after preparing the land to make it cultivable. After almost 2 months of hard work and waking up early in the mornings every day, the result is truly rewarding. The sewage treatment plant is an innovative, low-energy technology that involves no moving parts except for the pump. Wastewater from the campus is treated here and used for flushing requirements across the campus. This has helped reduce our dependence on outside sources of water. We aspire to make Kriya water self-sufficient one day.
We try to segregate all the waste on campus itself. For dry waste such as paper and plastic, wet waste and e-waste, we have bins on campus which are color-coded. We also have an organic waste management program that we have recently started. We will be able to soon compost all the wet waste generated on campus itself. All recyclable waste such as paper and plastic are given to relevant vendors for recycling. Regarding food waste, the amount is optimally low because we as students make a conscious choice to not to take more than we can eat.
We are at the conclusion of our campus sustainability tour. Thank you so much for watching this video, and we really do hope that you could take away some very environment-friendly practices. Please do follow us on social media for more updates and to get to know a lot more. Take care and stay safe.
Rolling, yay, hi. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskaram. On behalf of Kriya University, I extend a very warm welcome to our Chancellor, Shri N. Vagul, our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Vel Cheru Narayana Rao, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Shivakumar Srinivasan, our Pro Vice Chancellor for Professional Learning, Mr. Ramkumar Ramamurthy, our inaugural Vice Chancellor, Professor Sundar Ramaswamy, Kapil Vishwanathan, Chairman, Kriya University, Professor Ramchandra Guha, Professor Lakshmi Kumar, Dean, IFMR Graduate School of Business, Professor N. Chandrasekharan, Chairperson, MBA LNT, Dr. Gayatri Sampath, MBA Chairperson and Associate Professor, Strategy Department, IFMR Graduate School of Business, Professor Shobha Das, former Dean, IFMR Graduate School of Business, Professor Bishnu Mohapatra, Inaugural Dean, School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, and Director, Moturi Satyanarayana Center for Advanced Study in Humanities and Social Sciences, Professor John Matthew, Divisional Chair for Humanities and Social Sciences, School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, Dr. Sumitra Ranganathan, Divisional Chair, Literature and the Arts, Professor Guha Dharmarajan, Divisional Chair for Sciences at School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences. I also extend a very warm welcome to all the eminent guests, members of media, parents, members of faculty, parents, guardians, students, and the large Kriya family. Welcome to Convocation 2022. Someone famous said, "Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life." We're all here together to mark the beginning of an end. And what a special moment this is to gather in person after what humanity has been through and to be able to raise a toast to our collective spirit of passion, resilience, creativity, and imagination. On behalf of Kriya University, I yet again welcome you all to Convocation 2022. May I kindly request our Chancellor, Shri N. Vagul, to declare the convocation open.
The convocation open.
Thank you, sir. We will now have an invocation by Aditi Balaji and Uditi Krishnan, students of the School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழுதொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிது தெக்கணமும் அது சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதரும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
I now request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Shivakumar Srinivasan, to deliver the opening address.
Good afternoon. Really exciting to see hall full. And let me begin. On behalf of the faculty and staff of Kriya, I extend a warm welcome to the dignitaries, members of the Governing Council, Academic Advisory Board, Academic Council and Board of Management, students, parents, and all our guests. We thank every one of you for being here with us today. I also extend this welcome to those who have joined online. I consider it a privilege to participate in the very first convocation ceremony of Kriya University. At the outset, let me thank all those who are graduating today. We will be awarding degrees to undergraduates from the School of Arts and Sciences and to the postgraduate and doctoral students of IFMR Graduate School of Business this year. It is indeed heartening to note that Kriya is awarding degrees to undergraduates, postgraduates, and doctoral students in its very first convocation ceremony, something that doesn't often happen. Apart from the Graduate School of Business and the School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, Kriya houses research centers. Some of them you may already know, JPAL, LEAD, CDFI, IE India. Recently, we have initiated Sapien Lab Center for Human Brain and Mind and the Mathuri Satyanarayana Center for Research in Humanities and the Social Sciences. These are integral parts of the university. The centers contribute to studying issues which have societal impacts. Collectively and collaboratively, the schools and centers of Kriya will continue to evolve as a thriving education and research ecosystem. For the first cohort of the School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, we admitted 113 students. Today, more than 80 of them are graduating after having completed all their graduation requirements. The IFMR Graduate School of Business admitted 177 students in 2020 and an additional 40 from the corporate sector for their executive MBA. These students receive their Master of Business Administration degrees today. Despite the challenges posed by the pandemic, our faculty and students have done exceedingly well. Internships in reputed institutions, excellent placements despite a dull situation both nationally and globally, admission to higher studies in top-tier universities are few instances of our success. The faculty have published their books in very well-reputed from the publishing houses. All these achievements, of course, speak of the strength of our university. We are happy to announce that Amish AS has successfully defended his thesis title, Exploring Dignity at Workplace, a mixed method study. I make a special mention of this because he is the first student to receive a PhD from Kriya University. Dear graduates, you are alumni of this institution from today. We are sure that you will make us proud. If this sense of certainty surprises you, let me tell you that we are honoring 4 of our alumni with Distinguished Alumnus Award today. Please congratulate them today, for their achievements. You have been part of this institution for the last few years. The education you have received and the exposure you have gained, we believe, will enable you to contribute to the wider world out there. Apart from its pioneering interwoven approach to learning, research, and pedagogy, Kriya prides itself on cultivating ethics and creativity in our students. We see plenty of opportunities for students with broad exposure and thorough disciplinary knowledge to help humanity deal with uncertain times. By design, the admission or selection process of Kriya looks at various attributes of an applicant. Though our process is rigorous, we look for reasons to admit students. We strive to ensure diversity in all meaningful dimensions of human characteristics. We understand that many deserving students have persevered under difficult circumstances, growing beyond mindset that restricted them from performing. Our curriculum exemplifies our commitment to enriching the academic lives of students when they are at Kriya. The undergraduate core and skills courses that we are very proud of forms the foundation of learning at SAS. It touches upon topics such as ethics, writing, methods of reasoning, social and historical awareness, data, computation, environment, philosophy, creativity, arts and literature. There is not one topic which you can say is irrelevant in our lives. Our undergraduate programs, housing 12 majors, 3 joint majors, and 15 minors, are designed with care by faculty who seek not only to impart specialized knowledge unique to each of these fields, but also lateral thinking, enabling students to adapt and grow in the face of unprecedented information and rapidly evolving environments and forms of knowledge. The academic program at IFMR GSB are distinctive in several ways. The admission process to both the doctoral and postgraduate programs is inclusive. The curriculum itself is rigorous, contemporary, and relevant. Again, these courses are delivered by faculty who publish in top journals, essentially telling you that the students who are in the class have an opportunity to develop a perspective of their own in these disciplines. Companies seek us for their management development program, which is an area of steady growth. Our symposium on finance and economics attracts world-class speakers and presentations year on year. The fact that many leading corporate houses and new business ventures have offered placements for our students stands as a testimony to the quality, innovation, and training components of our business administration program. Our doctoral students are our torchbearers of our cutting-edge education. In all, students develop the acumen to take on challenges faced by established corporate sector and also have a futuristic outlook to help grow new ventures. Even as academic merit and potential are significant factor in student selection at Kriya, university has implemented a policy of need-aware scholarship. So the fact that we have an institution of such a stature is because of the tireless efforts of well-meaning individuals who have invested their time and energy in building such institutions. I wish to recall a poem by Subramanya Bharati. I will read it out in Tamil, later on tell a loose translation of this. Anna Sathiram Ayiram Vaital, Alayam Padinayiram Natal, Pinnarulla Dharmangal Yavum, Payarvilangi Olira Nirithal, Annayavinum Punniyam Koti, Angor Yereki Edutharivithal. So, my translation will not be as poetic as this, but it reads something like this. Compared to making 1,000 chowl trees, or erecting 10,000 temples, or doing other good deeds that will bring name and fame, it is a greater virtue to teach a person from humble background. Many well-wishers, aligned to the vision of Kriya, have contributed to the university's creation and growth. Their contributions are in the form of intellectual inputs, scholarships, infrastructure development, research centers, chair professorship, and so on. We are grateful for their commitment to contribute to higher education and for choosing Kriya as the vehicle for that noble cause. It's a matter of pride that Kriya students have engaged in educational outreach in areas surrounding Sri City, working with the students in local government schools. Through such intervention, we remind ourselves of the pressing need for access of education to all. But why should a poet, a national poet for that matter, like Subramanya Bharati, speak or emphasize education, a word which can have different meaning for different people? Someone like Martin Luther King would say that education is a source of intelligence and courage. A musician, B.B. King of the blues fame, would say that it's a permanent treasure, something that will always be with you once you possess it. For Helen Keller, education is to cultivate tolerance. Benjamin Franklin, scientist and polymath, would have said education is the best place to invest with a very high return on investment. A revolutionary like Nelson Mandela would say education is a weapon to change the world for the better. In sum, education always plays a positive role in everyone's life. It refines you to ask the right kind of questions and gives you what you need. Education, I am reminded of to say, is like the kalpa vriksha that we know from our Indian mythology. You know, it is a wish granting tree. Go under the tree and think of something, you will get it. All you need to do is to put in efforts to reach the tree and have your wishes granted. Education is one such kalpavriksha. The positive thing about education is kalpavriksha can also give you something wrong if you think of something wrong standing under that, but education will never do anything like that. Okay. Students, we have started you on this exciting journey of learning. Alvin Toffler, the American writer who wrote a lot about futuristic technology, says, the illiterate of the future will not be the person who cannot read. It will be the person who does not know how to learn. Being a forward-thinking institution, Kriya has primed all of us to learn. Keep learning to enliven your life and others as well. Be that enlightened soul that sees the need for education always and education for everyone. On behalf of the management, faculty, and Kriya, I congratulate all the graduates and the distinguished alumni and wish every one of you great success in anything meaningful that you do. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Shiva, for your very heartfelt and powerful words and for reiterating how education is really like a kalpavriksha. It is a matter of great privilege that we have with us today, as the first batch of students of the School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences graduate, our inaugural Vice Chancellor, Professor Sundar Ramaswamy. The beginning, as Plato said, is the most important part of the work. In his role as the inaugural Vice Chancellor, the Kriya family fondly remembers Professor Sundar Ramaswamy's powerful words speckled through his years at Kriya, infused with inspiration, resilience, and optimism, and how he would always reiterate Kriya's mission of preparing humanity for an unpredictable future. It is truly special to have him with us today. Professor Ramaswamy, over to you.
Thank you, Akhila, and good afternoon to everyone. It is really a privilege and very special feeling for me to be here and share this day with all of you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chancellor, Mr. Vaugul, distinguished guests on the dais, members of the faculty and staff at Kriya, friends and family members of today's graduating students, and most importantly, the various graduating classes of 2022 gathered here. What a special day indeed for all of us. I want to first address the very first batch of SIA's graduates before giving overall remarks for all graduates. I still remember quite vividly the very first day of the week-long orientation program in August of 2019 on a hot summery day in Sri City, interrupted by a passing thunderstorm, then a power outage. But as we were looking around, I remember there was not much panic. We took it in a stride. I'll never forget Professor John Matthews and Anil Srinivasan doing an impromptu choreography of clap off with all of you, while Group Captain Ramesh was trying to fix the generators. It got fixed, power came back, and the show went on. The excitement mixed with a certain amount of nervousness on being part of this very audacious and imaginative new university, Kriya. And for most of you coming from all corners of the country, being away from the comforts and familiarity of your own home. The mission of the university, as Akhila reminded us, was to prepare humanity for an unpredictable future. But all of us in writing up this mission could scarcely have imagined a global pandemic that would impact us in our infancy as an institution. However, what ensued speaks volumes about yours and the attributes of Kriya's community, the faculty and staff, that of resilience, adaptability, and a drive to come to this moment to celebrate your graduation into this wider world. What you all have in common is that you're the very first batch of undergraduates to graduate from this university. How cool and special is that? I'm not sure many people in this auditorium can claim that unique distinction of being the first batch of anything, be it a school, a college, a company, etc. That pole position, however, also comes with a special recognition that we mark today, but also with a sense of responsibility as you embark on your post-Kriya careers. I went back and looked at my welcome address that I gave to all of you, and I'd like to bring back a quote from Rumi, the well-known medieval Sufi poet. He had said that you're not a drop of water in the ocean, you're the ocean in every drop. And I had paraphrased it to say that you're not simply a student of Kriya, there is Kriya in every one of you. I believed it then, and I sincerely believed it now. Now, for all the graduates, the world that you walk into is filled with enormous challenges, but also opportunities. We are in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution that is shaping up every single field as we know them. A global pandemic that has slowed down, but it is not done with us yet. Wars unfolding in various parts of the world, a slowing down of the global and national economies combined with inflationary pressures, a historical reckoning of social justice and equity issues in many countries, and an existentialist threat of climate change. Daunting as all of this seems, stagnation is not an option, nor is complacency. George Bernard Shaw said that progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. We may yet change our minds about some of the changes, you never know. But in the event that we do, that won't mean it was wrong to change in the first place, only that we continue to challenge ourselves to learn and innovate and adapt as we must. Now, I could have taken the easy way out this afternoon. I could have chosen simply to stand here and sing your praises, talk about the competitions and fellowships you have won, graduate schools you have been admitted to, the amazing capstone projects you've completed, the companies you've received offers from, and send you all home with smiles on your faces. That would have been easy. And everything I said would have been true. But rather than simply reading back a laundry list of achievements that you already know well, I want to challenge you. You have worked hard to achieve this day. You deserve to celebrate it with your faculty, family, friends, and other well-wishers, and to be celebrated for your accomplishments. But tomorrow is another matter. Tomorrow you start a new life as a graduate of Kriya University with a degree that places you among the elite in your chosen field. That should feel good. But remember, I just finished saying stagnation is not an option, nor is complacency. It is not so much that we should change as that we must. Understand that this convocation is not the end of your education. It is the beginning. That is why sometimes I prefer to call today commencement. The data tells us that you're likely to change jobs 7 to 8 times or more over the course of your career. And there is a good chance that someday you'll end up working in a different field from the one you've spent years studying. Maybe it'll be a related field, maybe not. The key to navigating this continual wave of change is simple. Never stop learning. Never believe that you know it all. Never believe that you can do it all. But always believe that you have the capacity to adapt to any new situation you may encounter. Real change usually requires consensus, learning, and accommodation. The one thing I can absolutely predict about your future is that it won't be anything like what you think it will be sitting here today. Your life will change, your circumstances will change, and so will you. And here is my charge to you. Never shy away from change. Help shape it, accept it, embrace it if you can, but above all, don't fear it. It is inevitable and woven through all your courses, endless Zoom sessions, and workshops and internships that have led to you this moment is the simplest lesson of all. Be prepared, be flexible, adapt. One of the smartest people on this planet once defined intelligence as the ability to adapt to change. And I think each of us can appreciate how much Stephen Hawking can teach us about human beings' capacity to adapt. Use that ability to adapt to its fullest. Never stop learning, and you will succeed in whatever you attempt, and your success will change not just yourself, but the world. But if you're going to be successful, we need to create a community that is successful, a community of families, as you hopefully found here at Kriya, that allows us to risk and fail in order to succeed. As you continue on, you'll realize that it's not what happens to you that often matters. It's what you do with what happens to you that matters. Sometimes we need to give someone else a hand up just to reach that point. As you leave this wonderful community, remember that you're often responsible for creating the community around you, bringing others into that greatness. There will be many choices before you, that I'm sure, some of which you'll welcome and celebrate, and then there'll be some over which you'll anguish. Some choices will choose you. How you face these choices, those turns in the road, with what kind of attitude, more than the choice themselves, is what will define the context of your life. I would like to conclude and come back full circle by sharing with you a well-known paragraph that we all learned from school from Rabindranath Tagore, from his collection of poems, Gitanjali. It's a passage that I've thought a lot about over the years, and I think it remains as relevant then as it remains for all of us today. Where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments of imagination, narrow domestic walls where words come out from the depths of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into the land of freedom. My Father, let my people awake. So, to the graduating batches from the IFMR GSP, our very first PhD student, and the only first batch of graduates of Kriya School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, go ahead, make the future your own. Congratulations, best wishes, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ramaswamy, for laying the foundation upon which we continue to build the institution one day at a time. We take great pride in the fact that the vision of Kriya has been founded by some of the finest minds in the world. These visionaries have walked with us each step of the Kriya journey. We have some news. We have the honor of having with us a surprise guest right here, right now. An eminent thought leader, a beloved mentor, an academician, an economist par excellence, and an inspiration to many of us here. May I please request you all to put your hands together for Professor Raghuram Rajan.
Good afternoon, everyone, and my congratulations to all the graduating students here today and to their proud parents and teachers. Now, you are going to hear this again and again this evening, but let me say that you have indeed come through a very challenging experience. Not just the hard work required to come up to the expectations of your teachers, but also the impediments thrown up by the pandemic. The pandemic was indeed a tragedy in which many lost their lives, and it was a tragedy that some of you have experienced directly through losses in your family or extended family. But it was also a very challenging work experience for many of you. You pivoted to virtual courses, but you missed the friendship and the camaraderie that is so much a part of college life. I hope when you came back again to physical presence, you made up for the losses in the time that you were apart. Yet, as you know, every challenge has a silver lining. You did learn to build ties and friendships virtually, and almost surely this experience, as with every challenge, made you stronger and more resilient. It certainly has tested Kriya University, and the verdict with all of you graduating today is we survived. Not just survived, but became stronger. For not only have you been through happy times, but you collectively with the faculty, with the staff, with everyone at Kriya have been fortified by passing through together through very difficult ones. The undergraduates here deserve a special commendation. You bravely took a chance on Kriya when you joined 3 years ago. I remember speaking to you in the early days about the traditions that you would create. And you have indeed created many. Your DNA is imprinted in the culture of the school. And I hope when you return for your 25th anniversary celebration, you will be able to look around with pride and say, I was there at the birth. This is what I helped build. You business school graduates have also been through tough times and come through with flying colors. While you may not have had the same experience at business school that others in the past have had, you've had a different and hopefully no less fulfilling one. I hope the skills that you've gained will stand you in good stead in the careers you're embarking on. And as all of you leave the school, I hope you will remember the people who brought you to this exit door. Your parents and your families who have supported you, some of whom are here, your teachers who rose to extraordinary challenges in teaching during COVID, but also in creating the school, and the staff who worked really hard to make transitions seamless. And I hope you will be able to thank them as you leave. In many ways, your graduation from Kriya is proof positive that dreams can come true. It was a dream that started in the minds of a few just half a decade ago. Let me single out Mr. Seshai, Mr. Vagul, and last but certainly not least, Mr. Kapil Vishwanathan. They shared that dream with many others, including you, our dear students, our dedicated faculty and staff, and we've all dreamt together. Your graduation is part realization of that dream. But it certainly is not time for any of us to wake up. We all need to dream on so that Kriya becomes not just the best university in the country, but one of the best in the world. So now you all face the future. It is an uncertain world you go into. Sometimes, when you read the newspapers, a very grim one. But it's a world that you're well equipped to deal with, indeed far better than others who've not had your education. Most important will be your sense of liberalism, of respect and tolerance for other opinions and beliefs. True liberalism is to not shout others down, but to listen to them, to understand their perspective, and if you're still convinced you're right, to try and persuade them through argument. Remember also, to change your mind is not a sign of weakness. It is a mark of confidence that your self-worth is not diminished if you accept that you are wrong. In a world where the space for discussion and debate is shrinking, I hope you'll work hard to expand that space again, to encourage all of us to treat one another with decency and love rather than abuse and hatred. I'm sure you will achieve great things. And what greater achievement than to change the world for it to be a better place. More power to all of you as you do that. Now, people of my age are sometimes asked for career advice. I respond with the caveat that only you know yourself, and therefore take all advice from others with tons of salt. You want to carve a path that suits you, not one that others tell you to go on. But if I were forced, I would say three things. First, know yourself. Learn who you really are and what it is that truly enthuses you, truly excites you. Second, challenge yourself. If things are too easy, you are not growing. You're not discovering your limits. You don't know who you truly are. Find something that tests you, and you'll find the hidden depths in your own self. And third, take others with you. We all owe it to the society we grew up in, to the country that has nurtured us, to give something back. Giving back is not a chore. It is not a costly exercise. It is a privilege, a source of fulfillment that we all should seek. Advice over. Let me congratulate you once again. Good luck, and may your lives be happy and fulfilling ones. Congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Raghuram Rajan, for being with us today and for your ever-inspiring words. It is not without reason that we at Kriya pride ourselves in preparing our students for a world that is dynamic and unpredictable. And even though it seems like we've crossed over a bridge and we're all huddled here in person to celebrate a milestone event, every now and then the pandemic reminds us of its presence. Unfortunately, our chief guest, Dr. Naushad Forbes, has been indisposed and is unable to be with us this afternoon in person. But as they say, every cloud is a silver lining, and thanks to technology, he's joining us live from his home in Pune. Before we invite Dr. Forbes to deliver the convocation address, may I request Kapil Vishwanathan to introduce Dr. Forbes.
Jnanam bharaha kriyam vina. This line in Sanskrit from the Panchatantra captures the essence of Kriya's ethos of creativity in action. Jnanam bharaha kriyam vina means that knowledge bereft of action, knowledge bereft of Kriya, is a burden. Our chief guest for today embodies this spirit of creativity and action, of Jnanam and Kriya, as someone who is both an illustrious scholar and an accomplished industrialist, rolled into one. It is my privilege to introduce to you Dr. Naushad Forbes, whom I first met more than 20 years ago at Stanford University when I was a student and he a professor. Dr. Naushad Forbes is the co-chairman of Forbes Marshall, India's leading steam engineering and industrial automation firm. He is also the chairman of Ananta Aspen Center and was the president of CII, the Confederation of Indian Industry, for the year 2016 and 17. He is also the chairman for the Center for Technology, Innovation and Economic Research in Pune. Under his leadership, notably, Forbes Marshall has consistently ranked among India's greatest places to work. Dr. Forbes has been an occasional lecturer and consulting professor at Stanford University from 1987 till 2004, where he developed and taught courses on technology in newly industrialized countries like India at the time. He received his bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees from Stanford University. Recently, he has been presented with an honorary doctorate by the University of Edinburgh. His recent book on restoring India's potential, published by HarperCollins earlier this year, has received exceptional reviews and is a book I will strongly recommend that all of you pick up as well. Naushad, a very warm welcome to you. We eagerly look forward to the wisdom that you will share with us today. And it is a sobering sign of the times that I must end my welcome with the words, please unmute yourself. Over to you, Naushad.
Thank you, Kapil. Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. Chancellor N. Vaghul, members of the Governing Council, Vice Chancellor and members of the faculty, my friend Kapil, recent graduates, especially recent graduates, and ladies and gentlemen. So first, my very warmest congratulations to all the graduates. As Raghuram Rajan mentioned just now, it's in itself wonderful to be graduating from a great university. To be the first graduating class from a great university is particularly valuable and particularly noteworthy. It's a pleasure for me to be with you today and to share this first Kriya University Convocation. We live in truly unprecedented times. It's a word that's used a great deal these days. It's overused as a word, but if ever there was a time in history that when it applied, this is it. We are going through, of course, an unprecedented health crisis. And the reason I'm not with you in person for this event is because of COVID eventually reaching me, and the fact that we only wanted you to collect your diplomas today and not COVID as well. So having lived through this health crisis, we're now faced with the consequences of a war in Europe and a potential global recession. So you're all graduating in truly unprecedented times, with simultaneous challenges prompted by health, geopolitics, and economy. I can imagine that you're concerned about the world's future, about our country's future, and about your own individual future and prospects. Now, unprecedented times call for unprecedented leadership. Can we collectively rise to the challenges we face? How can you, as newly mentored graduates, participate in this process. As Raghu said just now, a convocation address is an opportunity to indulge oneself. Since you don't get to ask any questions, this is a fine opportunity to give advice with no consequences. So I thought I'd make also a few comments about your options in these unprecedented times. Having a degree from a fine institution such as Kriya is a privilege. It means one automatically has options that are distinct and attractive. So these reflections are for those like you who have the privilege of choice. So let's start with choosing the right career. How does one choose a career? To add to the 3 bits of advice that Raghu gave you, I believe very strongly that one must enjoy what one does. This to me is an absolute. If you don't enjoy your work, change what you do. Too many of us choose fields of study and choose careers because someone tells us they are good to do. We must value English as much as business, and given that my good friend Ram Guha is on the stage, and we must value history as much as engineering or medicine. The same applies to all professions, teaching or government service or banking or whatever. And if you work in industry, the quality of the company matters more than its fame. Any student of management, such as all you MBAs who are graduating today as well, will be familiar with the theory of motivation. So just to remind you that factors split into motivation factors and hygiene factors. Money is a hygiene factor. If you don't have it, you're dissatisfied, but if you do have it, you may still not be satisfied. Satisfaction requires motivation, and the most enduring motivation factor is the content of the job itself. To that, I would add the kind of people one works with on a daily basis. So if those 2 things are right, if one works with good people whose company one enjoys, and the content of the job is such that the work is challenging and one learns all the time, if those 2 are right, then that will provide its own reward. It also matters where one works. As Kapil mentioned just now, until some years ago, I used to teach a course each year at Stanford. I loved the course, the university, and the teaching. People used to ask me which I enjoyed more, teaching at Stanford or working in Pune. And my answer was always that while I enjoyed the teaching very much, I knew that regardless of how much people liked my course, it made very little difference to the university. Stanford was a great university before I got there, and if it had never heard of me, it would still be a great university. I felt, though, that working in India, I made more of a difference in our company, in industry in general, in society around me. Perhaps that was just my ego speaking, but I felt and I feel that I make a difference here, and that makes it all worthwhile. I'd like to tell you a quick story next, and I'll then talk about your potential role as a newly minted graduate, as a leader, so we have the right future. My story is about someone who works as a security guard at our factory. He said to us a few years ago with great pride that his son had graduated as an engineer and gone to work for GE, and his daughter had qualified as a doctor and started work in a hospital. So within a year, this family had gone from a monthly income of around 15,000 rupees to a monthly income of 1.5 lakh. That jump in consumption power of a factor of 10 is what has been driving our growth forward. This growth is real, it's widespread, and it has 30 years more to run. Now, do note 2 things from the story. First, the security guard is not unique. There are hundreds of thousands like him, but he's also not typical. There are many, many millions of Indians who aspire to go through the same process. That's our development challenge. How do we create opportunity for all 1.4 billion of our population? Note also the crucial role of education. It was the ladder of progress for our security guards family. So I hope you appreciate that your education is a path to a better livelihood, and that your education is also the platform for great citizenship. Let me come back to my argument of working in India. When I graduated from college in 1987, we lived in an India that was stuck. My favorite weekly newspaper, The Economist, did a survey of the Indian economy in June 1991, in which it said, nowhere in the world is the gap between what has been achieved and what might have been achieved as great as it is in India. That's a very sobering statement. So as we, if you come from Maharashtra, as we watch our MLAs, take private jets from Mumbai to Surat to Guwahati to Goa and back to Mumbai, as we deal with our unprecedented health, geopolitical, and economic challenges, I think it's good to remind ourselves that in the last 30 years, India has been one of the world's 10 best performing economies. Our collective task is to ensure that we will also be one of the world's 10 best performing economies in the next 30 years. We cannot take this for granted. Achieving this must be our minimum ask for any government we have and for ourselves. But I will go further. Our task actually is to ensure we are the world's best performing large economy in the next 30 years. That should actually be our goal, not just one of the 10 best. How can we be the world's best performing economy in the next 30 years? We've progressed substantially since 1991, but we're still in the poorest 1/3 of countries in the world. Let's compare ourselves with our aggressive and for now sealed off northern neighbor. In 1980, both China and India had roughly the same wealth. Today, China is over 5 times richer than we are. How? In these last 40 years, we have grown 5 to 6% a year, the best performance in our history. But China has grown 9% a year for these 40 years, and that difference of 3 to 4% year on year has made them 5 times richer than we are now. We must do the same. We have to grow 9% each year. And if we grow 9% each year for the next 20 years, we will be as rich in 20 years' time as China is today. That surely must be our minimum aspiration, to be as rich as China is today in 20 years' time. Let me continue with an assertion. The strength of the Indian economy rests in private individuals and our private sector. A comparison with China is always instructive. Whenever I've visited China, I've been struck by the role of the government there. It truly leads the economy, investing in infrastructure in a massive way, identifying new sectors for its public and private sector to invest in, building institutions for education and research. I've also been struck on visits to China how everyone says the same thing. Whether you speak to someone in the government in Beijing, an academic or a businessman, you hear the same thing. The same priorities, the same challenges, the same tasks underway. This may all sound positive to you, but as an Indian, I find it very unnerving. Far from a scenario where someone from the government and someone from the private sector says the same thing, I'm used to the difficulty of finishing any sentence that begins with the words, Indian industrialists believe that. It's this diversity of opinion that makes Indian industrialists resilient, entrepreneurial, and independent. And just as I am uncomfortable with the conformity of China, I am much more comfortable with our diversity in India. A diversity of communities, religions, languages, ethnicities, opinions, and arguments that makes us easily the world's most diverse country. In no other country does such diversity exist. We are a vibrant and noisy democracy, and I disagree with anyone who tries to make us conform to a narrower definition of what it means to be Indian. Our diversity is a huge strength, but we should not take it for granted. It must be protected, nurtured, and used. We can use our diversity to lead the world in economic progress and in cultural achievement, and in building the kind of society where people from all corners of the earth will want to live. Whose responsibility is it to provide the leadership so all this can happen? In an authoritarian country like China, It is the government and the leader of that government that everyone looks to. But in our noisy democracy, leadership is much more diffuse. There is a need everywhere for people to lead. This creates space for those like you newly minted graduates to lead. What should you do? Let's return to our current key challenge. And our current immediate challenge is the economy. One of the most troubling aspects of our COVID-induced economic troubles has been the fall in the employment ratio in the country. The Center for Monitoring the Indian Economy estimates that we have roughly 20 million fewer urban jobs than we did 2.5 years back. So in spite of the recovery, the very substantial recovery that's taken place, we still have 20 million fewer urban jobs than we had 2.5 years back. One of our biggest employers is the tourism and hospitality sector, a sector hammered by the pandemic in India and in every other country. As things start getting back to normal, we'll see a bounce back in this sector, as I think we see now with most flights going full. But again, we should not take the recovery in employment in tourism for granted. So I hope that many of you will seek careers in the travel and tourism industry. Our tourism is our greatest untapped opportunity. No country can match us in the combination of architectural diversity, unmatched natural beauty, and a richer diversity of culture than in any other country. With all this to offer, why are we country number 25 in the World Tourism Rankings? Why can't we match country number 1, France, with over 80 million tourists a year instead of our current 15 million? We also have great potential in manufacturing. China's growth has been driven by manufacturing. If China's economy is 5 times ours, its manufacturing sector is 8 times ours, and its investment in R&D is 25 times ours. We have much to do here. So one of our biggest opportunities is our abundance of engineering and management talent. We produce hundreds of thousands of management graduates a year, and we produce over 1 million engineers a year. This is a huge talent pool. It's the source of our IT industry's great strengths, and it needs to also be the source of our manufacturing industry's success. This requires that Indian industry invest much more in R&D. Indian industry invests 0.3% of GDP in in-house R&D versus 1.5% in the world and in China. So we need to expand our investment in in-house R&D by a factor of 5. I hope the very best of you graduating today will seek careers in manufacturing companies that are serious about R&D. We need you to help us build great manufacturing companies with proprietary technology that we can then take around the world. Apart from many management students, almost 100 liberal arts students are graduating from Kriya today. I was at a meeting organized by the Singapore government on higher education 2 weeks ago that brought together some leading universities with a few industry people. A key discussion was on how to build agile and resilient graduates for the world we now have. A key understanding, repeated again and again, was the need for both depth and breadth of knowledge. Depth comes from deep immersion in a discipline. One masters understanding of a particular field, and this mastery gives one the confidence we need to apply our knowledge more widely. The Indian higher education system has been great at depth. An electrical engineer really understands electrical engineering. But many key problems the world faces today are inherently multidisciplinary, needing different perspectives, and interdisciplinary, needing combined perspectives. Climate change, polarized societies, or the role of our federal structure in development, all these are inherently problems that single disciplines can't fully address. So, together with depth of understanding, we need the breadth of understanding that a liberal arts education provides. And that's why the new private universities of Ashoka, Ahmedabad, the Nayantha project I'm involved in, and most definitely Kriya are so important to the country. I also think the name of your School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, is a wonderful name. And it is a statement of this interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary approach to understanding and thinking about the world. So my very special congratulations to the students who've had the very good sense to choose to study liberal arts at Kriya. I hope you leave here with the confidence that comes from your major field of study and the ability to make sense of the world from the context a fine liberal arts education provides. I think it's time to end, both because the time is up and my voice is otherwise going to end anyway. As young graduates, you are ideally placed to provide the leadership to meet these challenges, addressing our key economic challenge of employment by placing the promotion of employment generating things like tourism and manufacturing at the center for our growth story. So we include all 1.4 billion people in our progress. Addressing climate change through a mix of technology and technical solutions and social science solutions like economic incentives to move the country in a low carbon direction, using our federal structure to improve governance and unleash social and economic development so the average Indian's life is better. All this is a huge challenge, but it is precisely this point that there's so much to do, so much need everywhere, so much opportunity to contribute at work and in our community that makes for purpose in life. My congratulations again to all the graduates. I wish you a life of freedom where your diversity has full run of doing what you love and of being the leaders who will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Forbes, for doing this despite the situation that you are in, and for your words really packed with the potential and possibilities of a future filled with hope and optimism. Thank you so much. We're also very honored to have today with us a scholar and teacher of great stature as our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Velcheru Narayana Rao. I request Professor Bishnu Mohapatra, Inaugural Dean, School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, and Director, Muturi Satyanarayana Center for Advanced Study in Humanities and Social Sciences, to introduce Professor Velcheru Narayana Rao.
Indeed, a great honor and privilege to introduce to you someone I long admired. The task of introducing Professor Velcheru Narayana Rao is daunting on at least 3 counts. First, the time is really short. And second, due to his formidable and vast scholarship. And third, I may not be equal to the task of introducing him. It is impossible to capture the fullness of his life, his multiple selves, within this couple of minutes that I have. His friend and collaborator, Professor David Shulman, describes Professor Narayana Rao as a poet, as a critique, as a cultural historian, translator, Pauranika, journalist, encyclopedist, folklorist, and inspired teacher, and the list goes on, end quote. We can say that the story actually began in Ambakandi, then moved to Elleru, and then Andhra University, Usmania University, and he began as a student of politics and economics, and with an avid interest in Sanskrit and Telugu literature. He also studied linguistics. Professor Narayan Rao's significant part of his professional life was spent at the Department of South Asian Studies, University of Wisconsin in Madison. And I hear that the now center is being called the Languages and Cultures of Asia. More than 3 decades he spent at Wisconsin, then he moved to University of Chicago as a visiting professor, and then to Emory University before Professor Rao decides to return to India for good. Professor Narayan Rao is the author of several books and a significant number of essays on Telugu literature and South Asian history. This list actually is too long. And we'll just mention a few, the texts that I learned a great deal from. They're not necessarily in chronological order. One is The Girls for Sale, Kanya Sulkam, a play from colonial India. The second, The Symbols of Substance, the court and state in Nayaka period, Tamil Nadu, with David Sulman and Sanjay Subramaniam. And Texture of Time, Writing History in South India, with David Sulman and Sanjay Subramaniam. If you are really interested in the task of translating, I would certainly recommend many texts that Professor Narayan Rao, along with David Sulman, translated. The one that I love the most is called God on the Hill, Temple Songs from Tirupati. Is the 16th century poet Annamaya. As a scholar, Professor Rao's interest is truly vast, and his scholarship covers a wide range of themes, concerns, expertise, and historical time. He is one of the rare scholars, to the best of my knowledge, who was interested in pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial literary cultures, and an expert in Sanskrit, classical Telugu, and also in modern Telugu. His work has been truly transformative for the Indian literary culture, the study of Indian literary culture, multiple understanding of text and textuality, and so on. Above all, Professor Narayan Rao's work is a way of, I consider, world making, a world that challenges our habits of thought, feelings, and sensibilities. Also a world where cultural artifacts shape societies as much as societies shape them. We are deeply grateful that you came to grace this important occasion at Kriya. And I remember once hearing an interview that Professor Narayan Rao gave. He said that he truly belongs to 17th century, but he was, by mistake, was born in 20th century. We are deeply grateful for this mistake. We are deeply grateful that we are not in 20th century, but very much in the 21st century, Professor Narayan Rao. Once again, please welcome Professor Belchiri Narayan Rao to this occasion. Thank you.
I must feel a bit embarrassed, maybe even ashamed that I'm talking to you in English. If it was some other time, like 17th century, I would have been speaking to you in Tamil. 17th century is a century that people learned the other's language wherever you lived. And you traveled, you learned the other language. Indian languages share a common grammar, and therefore it's easy for you to learn another Indian language in a matter of 3 months. But what happened to us? English did not unite us. Listen to me carefully. English did not unite us, it divided us. It made us different people and created a new group of people who think they know more English than their own language, and therefore speak in English. Our universities produce students who work in English, think in English, probably even dream in English. So English has created a whole new generation or generations of people in India. India works as two countries. Those who know English and operate in English, they're a different country. And those who know only regional languages, they're a different country. If you write in English, A, you're better known, B, better paid, 3, better honored. If you write in your regional language, not even your own people read you because they care to read in English rather than in the language which they are supposed to be speaking. Our universities produce generations of people like you who eventually find jobs in English and work in English and produce in English. Fine, perfect, because Indians have created an enormous ability of speaking in English and writing in English that they're internationally known and internationally they're occupying positions very very high. So because people are occupying positions which are big, well respected and well paid, of course, we think we are great because we can operate in English. CEOs of major businesses are Indians. And therefore we are proud Indians are there doing perfectly great job. But what is happening? Are we creating a new country? A new country that operates only in English and the regional languages are forgotten and even probably die in course of time? Is that what we're looking at? Or do you want to go back to 17th century where each language working wonderfully well and people from other languages come there, learn their language, write in their language and live in that language? Why did you lose that 17th century? Why did you come to 19th century? Remember, when English gave us Shakespeare, they didn't translate Shakespeare into Indian languages. They wanted us to learn their language and read Shakespeare in English. So much so that we become better scholars of Shakespeare than even those who actually speak that language. I still remember, I was in a comparative literature class in University of Wisconsin-Madison, and my professor, Orsini, wrote out a quotation on the board and asked, "Can any of you know where this is from?" And I was the only one to say, "Yes, I know. It's from Hamlet." The rest of the class didn't know. So then, how come you did know that? Come on, I spent half of my life learning English, reading Shakespeare. So this was what happened to us. It is good. We are great in English. It's good. We are wonderful in speaking the language. I've been listening everything from this morning on. And you have created a great people who can speak in English perfectly well and express their opinions great. But is that the language in which they can really think and create new ideas? You can create new ideas only if you're speaking in your own language. But that language we're more or less forgetting or maybe have forgotten. This is a state in which we are, our universities are. Wonderful young men here and women who are getting their degrees. I see a sense of pride in them, a sense of achievement, which is deservedly right. In fact, that pride and that achievement, sense of achievement, is so contagious, I get some of it myself. I spent more than half my life in English. And if I had learned that or used it in Sanskrit or any other language, it would have been really wonderful for me to be able to think in that language, speak in that language, dream in that language, and converse with people who claim it to be their language, speaking in their language. Indian languages share the same grammar. Perhaps we don't remember that. It's a very easy grammar for everybody to learn. And in fact, it's perfectly possible for us to produce a grammar of Indian languages, which anybody can use to learn any language of India. But we don't know that. We are still talking of Dravidian languages and Aryan languages and a whole lot. That is nonsense. India has one language that's underneath the language which everybody speaks. Many languages on surface, but one language there in lower level. But we have never talked about it. I was here in Chennai for a whole year, working in Madras University and in other places, working for a Telugu encyclopedia, which was being produced at that time under the guidance of Gidugu Sitapati. I was a young man at that time, I just finished my BA. I worked here for 1 year. I didn't learn any Tamil. Why? Because I was speaking in English to my neighbors, to people who know, and that's it. So English, in a sense, prevented me from learning other languages of the country. Therefore, I say, English did not unite us, it divided us. I still believe that. We should begin to think, what would India be without English? Many people think we lose a lot of modernization if we do not have English. Not knowing actually, that's not actually true. People are giving us great examples of China. China was not working in English. China was working in Chinese, different kinds of Chinese. In fact, they have one script which could be read by many people in their own language. China is a great example for terms understanding how languages work. Chinese students come to my classes. They work very hard, but their English is poor, and therefore they spend a lot of time trying to learn English, which is perfectly okay for them. We didn't do that. We started with English. We know English already and come to universities and come to other countries knowing our English better than they themselves. Please, let us think twice. Do we need this English? Do we have to spend so much of our life learning English? Can we not work in our own language and learn the other languages very easily? As I told you, Indian languages share the same grammar. I do not know Tamil myself, but I understand Tamil words being spoken because it is the same kind of grammar that shares with Telugu or Tamil, or Kannada. My situation is how to get rid of this English from the position it has acquired to a position where our languages should be. Different languages of the country does not divide us, it unites us. The second thing we should think about is, how do we create? In fact, before coming here, I wrote a 20-minute speech I wanted to read here. I came to Madras, and in the morning I just had asked my driver to take me to places that I know in Madras, like Marina Beach, and other places which I used to know very well because I was here for 1 year, 50 years ago. And I saw, this is not the Madras I know. This is not the Madras I want. Why Madras became like that? Now it is Chennai. So many cars. Why do you need those cars? Why do you not do without a car? That's the first thing we have to do. Everyone buys a car. More cars than are roads. More cars than are spaces for them to park them in. That's exactly what Madras is now. I cannot believe Chennai, which I know 50 years ago, does not exist anymore. The beautiful buildings that were there before are completely defaced. And another thing we lost in the last 50 some years is that, if I may say so, we have lost our taste. We don't know what's really beautiful. We don't know what's really ugly. We create both of them and think they're great. We lost our taste. And the second thing we lost is what's called civic sense. Earlier, 50 some years ago, we knew where to brush your teeth. We knew where to take your bath. We know where to defecate. Now, no, not sure. I go through villages day after day after day. From my place to the garden about 6 kilometers away. And in the process, I walk through or go through about half a dozen villages. And all those villagers brush their teeth out in the open. All the villagers do a lot of things in the open. What do they do in private? You can imagine that. So what we're looking at is that we have lost our sense of what kind of civic sense. When we give up your civic sense, when you lost your taste, what else you're left with? A smattering of English. Now, the higher you grow, the better you're educated like you are, you're definitely better in English. You can definitely get jobs which require you to be competent in English. And the more competent you are, the better job you get. This is where we are today. Is it possible for us to give up the machine? I'm talking about Gandhi. Gandhi, whom we have forgotten a long time back. He wrote a great book. Nobody reads it now. In fact, when the book came out, everybody hated it. They said it's a bad book. It's asking us to go back into a culture which we did not want to belong to. That book, the rulers at that time feared, will be read and accepted by a lot of people and create a problem in the country. Therefore, they banned the book. But pretty soon they realized nobody really reads that book. And therefore, they removed the ban. Here is Ram Guha, who is a better expert in English than I am. I use his books in teaching classes. He wrote a series of books on Gandhi, and he has worked on Gandhi really deep. He will be a better person to speak about Gandhi than I am. But I think Gandhi's ideas are important for us now. Let us give up the machine. Let us do things with the hand. No, we do not need a car. We can walk. We can bicycle if necessary. But now, you see so many cars and so many motorbikes. They call them bikes. And interestingly, in our mind, we are still walking. Sorry. Our habits of walking continue, but we are in the driving mode. Even when we are driving, we are exactly behaving like we are walking. Therefore, there is a small room, you go there. Hey, I have a machine here. I have to behave as the machine demands me to behave. I can't ask it to do things that we do when we are walking. That is where we are. I sit in my car, came here to Madras. In the morning, I went around and said, okay, this is not Chennai I really want to belong to. This is not the Chennai I really love. But there was a Chennai 50 years ago, a great city, a wonderful city, clean, very clean streets, and people mostly bicycling, ordinary bicycles, not the motorbikes. Machine has destroyed us. What happened? Industrialization came to us the wrong way. It did not come to, like to England, Italy, whatever, in the right way. Industrialization came to our country in the wrong way. It created a new middle class who are not interested in their own country, but want to do things in some other country. So there we are. I do not know if what I'm speaking to the young graduates here makes any sense. You're wonderful people. You're really well trained. You're extraordinary minds. The very fact that you came from a a major university like Kriya is an evidence that your faces are glowing with pride and certain sense of achievement. But would it be possible for you to go back and become little less industrialized, little less mechanized, more hand-related works? I'm speaking what Gandhi would have spoken. When I was young, I was not a Gandhian, but now I'm more a Gandhian than anything else. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for appreciating or allowing me to speak, even though I know you don't believe in what I'm saying. Your future is in a different world. You are thinking of using your English and using your competence you learned in English for betterment. And that's exactly what you should do that. I do not want to discourage you from doing that. But at the same time, I want you to think like Gandhi a little bit, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Narayan Rao, for your words of wisdom. I now invite our Chancellor, Shri N. Vagul, to deliver the Chancellor's address, please.
Well, good evening to all of you. I do not have any idea of inflicting any speech on you. I'll say a few remarks. Are you able to hear me? Yes. 3 years back, we met at Sea City. I'm addressing this mainly to those who are having undergraduation degree today. I do recall I was there, and in Sea City, along with the parents, we had a wonderful time there. At that time, we shared a common dream. I can say we shared some common vision that at the end of the 3 years, when you step out of this university to meet the challenges in life, you will be fully equipped to deal with life. During these 3 years, the challenges have become more and more. If there were ups and downs in life at the time when we met 3 years back, today we not only see the ups and downs, but the whole landscape is scattered with mountains. Mountains are there, and you see your job when you get out of it is to climb the mountains. And when you finish your convocation and go out of this university, we are sitting for the examination. We are in trial. To what extent we have equipped you with the necessary competences, to the necessary capabilities to deal with the challenges that are there before your life. I will not go into that. I think you understand what I am saying. I will make only 5 brief points and I am done with. When you are climbing the mountain, you look at it. There is a mountain, there is a peak. And the peak is that challenge that is really awaiting you. That is not a normal peak. If you really look at it, there are lights there. It's glowing lights. Because the people before you have gone there and did the lights. And it is the lights which are inviting you. I must also climb that mountain. I must also reach the top. Now, who is going to select the mountains? You yourself are going to put the energy and enthusiasm in choosing the mountains. Around the same, so many mountains, you are going to choose one. This is the one I am going to climb. So many people will come and tell you, this mountain is prettier. This mountain is easy to climb. This mountain is more rewarding if you climb. But ultimately, you must realize you are going to put the energy and enthusiasm in making the climb. And it is your decision and your decision alone. And when you make the decision, apply your mind and take this decision. This is the mountain I want to climb. And this is the peak I want to reach. However unique you may think you are, there are people who have gone ahead of you and have climbed the mountains. They have left their footprints there. They have left some evidence what made them to climb up. They have possibly tell you when you climb that there are some places where to tie the rope, where exactly possibly you bend a tree in order to make way for you. And you can see their footprints, and it is worthwhile following the footprints. Well, at least your responsibility to climb the mountain, you will be better off by following the people who have gone ahead of you, and you will not be worse off. When you climb the mountain, you look around. Don't just look at the peak only. You look around. You will see lots of precipices there. You will lots of imperceptible cracks in the stone which you are climbing. Sometimes the stone, which you think that it is a hardy stone, you will find that the stone has been battered by the rain, battered by the wind, and that. So you have to be careful where exactly you put your foot. When you climb, you will find that, after all, the distance is very short. But as you start climbing, you will find the distance to the peak is not as short as you believe you are. But you equip yourself both in body and mind in order to reach the objective. You have to examine to what extent Kriya University has been able to equip you with the necessary strength, energy for you to climb to the top. If you climb too fast the mountain, you will feel tired and have a possibility of giving it up. But on the other hand, you have to, if you climb too slow, nights will fall, and then it will be not possible. You lose your way and you will not be able to climb to the top. You should know how exactly you use your body and mind for the purpose of reaching the top and how to pace your whole, the speed of the climb. When you reach, you will reach the top. I can see in every one of you, as I was sitting in the photograph for session, I was sitting and scanning the faces ahead of me. I saw the brightness in the eyes, brightness in the face, and new energy that these are the people who are going to make it climb. And these are the people who are going to make our dream fulfilled. Namely, as I said, that we are in trial. You are not alone or not on the trial. That people with those people who are wearing the purple gowns, who are sitting there, who taught you, they are on trial. To what extent it will be possible? I know when you will all reach the top. Not many of you, but all of you will reach the top. That is my feeling. When you reach the top, you shout, I have at last arrived. And I've had that experience when you reach the top, what exhilarating feeling you have. There will be a strong wind. Of course, at the top, there's always a windy place. And then that wind will cool your feet. To some extent, it will blow the dust away from your feet. To some extent, it will put fire in your heart. When all these things happen, sit and enjoy it. Shout out loud. 2019, when I came, I shared that dream along with a few others. And today, I am in a position to realize that dream. I have reached the top. And that dream has become a part of my life. It is no longer something which one can talk about, something one can really experience. And when you realize the dream, don't sit quiet. I know that when you look around, there are other mountains for you to climb. There are other peaks to conquer. And you will say, now that I have proved that I have the inner strength in order to climb and reach the top, I will think in terms of exploring which other mountains I can climb. Whether I can climb this or can climb that. You do that. Don't stop with one mountain. Let me tell you, when you finish your rest in the peak, when you come back, you tell your story. You share what happened to you to the rest of the people who are on the way to climb. And so they will learn from your experience. You become the guiding light for them, that these are the ones everybody is looking to me because I am the one who reached the top I'm in a position to do that. My dear young friends, yes, I reached the top, and I reached the top and then shouted, yes, I reached the top. I was just about in my 40s when I reached the top. And I looked back and said that what an exhilarating feeling you give. I must share it with so many people, and I have been sharing it. I want you to be like that, to be the beacon for the mankind. And ultimately, when you reach the top, who will you thank? When you look around, you'll say, I, for example, I sit back with a sense of gratitude to quite a lot of people. Gratitude to my teachers, gratitude to my mentors in the organization. And constantly, every time in the evening I go back, what I am today is what has been created for me by these people. So you will remember, you will come back to the day of 2019 when we met and shared the dream. He said, I have done the institution proud, and I am sharing that I have now realized the dream, and the people who taught me also realized the dream. You give a thought to them, these are the ones who made a man out of me. Thank you very much. I have nothing else to say. You begin your journey, march forward tirelessly, and I suppose you will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vagul, for your very, very motivating words and for leading us through the vision that is Kriya. I now request Professor Ramachandra Guha, Distinguished University Professor at Kriya University, historian, biographer, writer, and author, to please say a few words.
Thank you. Congratulations to SIA's class of 2022, 2019-22, and also, of course, the GSB classes that have attended this convocation. You've heard a series of wonderful speeches which will animate, motivate, inspire you in what you do. I want to very briefly talk about what you young men and women could do outside your chosen profession. What Kriya has taught you, what the wide-ranging conversations you've heard from our distinguished speakers today will help you focus better on your profession. But there's also life outside work. And maybe too few of us who enter the workaday world of management, business, engineering, academics, medicine, law, and want very much to excel in that chosen profession, we don't think enough about what is there outside work. And what I've learned in 40 years in the workforce is that some of my most pleasurable, enjoyable, satisfying experiences have not been in the archives or writing books or winning awards and prizes, but listening to a wonderful piece of classical music, appreciating a great work of art or architecture, or being alone with a book. Art, music, and literature are the three greatest achievements of human civilization. And we at Kriya are very lucky, particularly in our faculty, who straddle not just engineering and science and economics and management and history and politics and sociology, but also we have practicing poets, dancers, musicians, from whom I think you have learned something in your 3 years, and keep that with you, because that is what has sustained you. I am known in some circles as a writer on cricket, and I have a confession to make. The older I get, classical music means much more to me than even a test match. If you give me a choice between watching an India-Australia test match and listening to T.M. Krishna or Ashwini Bhide Deshpande, the choice will be the latter. So what the great achievements of art, music, and literature do to you in terms of making you a more rounded human being? In the pandemic, for example, I rediscovered my love of fiction. I used to read a great deal when I was younger, and then I got consumed by research in the archives and history and politics and following all the latest journals and the new websites. And the pandemic hung on my hands, and I found I could do things that I was not able to do before, including, I'm proud to say, reading War and Peace by Tolstoy, which is more than 1,000 pages long. Professor Rao talked about Gandhi. I'm a biographer of Gandhi. Gandhi was a student of Tolstoy. He learned many things from Tolstoy, including his critique of modern civilization, including his understanding of interfaith dialogue. But there is no evidence that Gandhi read War and Peace. And I said I must exceed my biographical subject. And it's only the pandemic that gave me the chance. Masterfully translated from the Russian into English. I have a minor disagreement with Professor Rao. I appreciate what he says about elevating English to a supreme and hegemonic status. That's a problem. But had he not translated Telugu poetry into English, I would not have been able to read it. So thank you, Professor Rao, for your many works. And you have with you one of our most, as Vishnu Mahapatra said, one of a true jewel of Andhra Pradesh, South India, and the world, in that order. Andhra Pradesh, South India, India, and the world. Start with his, so think of life outside work. Some of you will have an interest in music, some in art and architecture, some in literature. To the last group, read Tolstoy's War and Peace. Read George Eliot's Middlemarch, an extraordinary work of literature and social history. And since you live in the 21st century, start with Professor Narayana Rao's wonderful anthology of 20th century Telugu poetry. And then go follow his career further back into the 20th, 19th, 18th, and 17th, and 16th centuries, and so on. So really the advice I want to give you is to think of how you can fulfill yourself outside work. Only a Tagore or a Goethe can have a deep appreciation of art, music, and literature all. But even one of them, I mean, I must confess that I don't have a finely developed aesthetic sense. But what music and literature have given me is incalculable. And it's only the older I get that I see how they have informed not just my profession, but my life in the everyday world. So with this, all the best, and think of things to do outside success in your career. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Guha, for your fantastic words. We will now begin awarding the degrees to the PhD students, and I request Professor Shobha Das, former Dean, IFMR Graduate School of Business, to announce the names. I request Professor Narayana Rao to present the certificates to the PhD students.
The founding VC said it is very special to be part of a first batch, and I know that SIS students enjoy that privilege as the first graduating batch. But there is another person who is enjoying a very special day today, Amish AS. He's the very first PhD student graduating from Kriya University. We have one more person that we want to acknowledge today, Priyanka Menon from the University of Madras. Priyanka completed the PhD program requirements offered in affiliation with the University of Madras. While her PhD degree will be awarded by the University of Madras, we congratulate her on this achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rao and Professor Das. I now invite Professor Lakshmi Kumar, Dean, IFMR Graduate School of Business, to announce the names of the recipients of medals and degrees of MBA LNT.
I'm now happy to present the gold medals for MBA 2022. The CM Kothari Gold Medal for obtaining the first rank has been awarded to Akash Bal. He is also the recipient of the HT Parekh Gold Medal for the best all-round performance in his batch. The AM Sivasalam Gold Medal for obtaining the second rank has been awarded to Shruti Goel. The AMM Arunachal Gold Medal for obtaining the third rank has been awarded to Majeti Meher. This year, "40 students have graduated from the MBA batch from L&T, who has sent us 40 students. I now present the gold medal awardee for this batch, Rajesh Kintal.
I now request Dr. Sumitra Ranganathan, Divisional Chair, Literature and the Arts, School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, to announce the names of the recipients of medals and degrees of the undergraduate program at the School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences.
It's my pleasure to present to you the list of gold medal awardees of the School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences undergraduate batch of 2019-2022. Biological Sciences, Kartika Satyanarayanan. Chemistry, Gauri Vellur. Computer Science, Lochana Emandi. Economics, Manasa Krishnan. Economics and Environmental Studies, Trishala Krishna Kumaraswamy. Environmental Studies, Jeswin John. History and Politics, Ishita Pradeep. Mathematics, Nayan Rajesh. Physics, Gautam Satish. Psychology, Satvika Char. Social Studies, Ishna Gupta. We have two more awardees, Literature and Arts, Bani Jindal, and Literature, Madhura Gune.
Thank you, Dr. Sumitra. For the last 10 years, the Distinguished Alumni Awards instituted by IFMR Graduate School of Business has been an integral part of the Convocation. The awards were instituted with an aim to recognize and appreciate exceptional achievements of our alumni. I request Professor Lakshmi Kumar to announce the names of the students who are being awarded Distinguished Alumni Awards.
This year, the Alumni Committee, along with selected 4 ex-students as alumni awardees. They are Professor Ramana and Miss Reema Arora, who have not been able to make it today due to personal reasons. But we do have 2 important awardees too who are here, and I will read out both of them in order. The first awardee is Miss Gauri Kailasam. Miss Gauri Kailasam is President of Rane Madras Limited Steering and Linkage Division. She graduated from the OUBS MBA program done by IFMR in affiliation with the British Open University in the year 2006. She has over 2 decades of rich experience in the areas of quality assurance and systems, operations management, environment and business planning, serving engineering and automotive companies, and she actively participates in industry associations like CII and the MMA. She was the vice chair of the CII Tamil Nadu region, and she is the past chairwoman of the Indian Women Network of Tamil Nadu region. She is a member of the governing council of Sri Ramakrishna Engineering College, Coimbatore. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, is it possible for you to say a couple of lines in acceptance of this award?
Fivefold because of the concepts that we used here. Yes. And the second thing that this entire course taught me was some concept called groupthink. Groupthink was taught to me in HR, and that has really helped me and stayed with me. When you're in a set of team, you know, people think in the same way. It's very important that you go beyond that and look at what is diverse and understand that. And for us, in my company, we've been doing that continuously because of this concept of groupthink, which has been in my mind, and that has really helped us grow. So thanks to IFMR for teaching me these concepts. When I accept this, I want to thank my professors. I want to thank the people who have decided to award me for this. I also want to thank my boss who forced me, Mr. Patsadi, who forced me to study this course. I want to thank all my colleagues who were all my guinea pigs of any new concepts I was taught here to go and practice it on them. I want to thank all the professors, especially Professor Bala here, who made sure that finance was very simple. Sir, still I use a lot of things that you taught me even now. Thank you very much for making it very simple. Finally, I also want to thank God for making my life so beautiful and also making it worth living. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our second awardee who's present today is Professor M.S. Narasimhan. Dr. M.S. Narasimhan was a student of the postgraduate diploma in financial management and graduated way back in 1986. After completing his PhD in the University of Madras, he joined IFMR as a faculty in 1990 and served for a decade. During his tenure at IFMR, he has guided 6 PhD students, including Professor Ramana, who could not be here and who is now a member of IIM Indore. Presently, he is Professor of Finance and Accounting at IIM Bangalore. He has held various positions there, including chairman of the Finance and Accounting area, Executive Education Programs, and Dean. He is a member of the Institute of Cost Accounts of India. He has published 2 books, several articles in national and international journals, and has 3 online courses offered through EDX. Thank you, Mr. Professor Narasimhan. May I request you to also give a couple of lines in acceptance of this award?
It's a great honor and recognition for my whatever little thing I have achieved in my life. This particular course, even though it was a part-time program, it completely changed my career. And all these things I would attribute to the some of the best faculty members who taught me at that point of time. I would just like to give my gratitude and recognize a few of them. Professor L.V.L.N. Sharma, who was IIT professor, who was on sabbatical, designed this program. Professor A.V.K. Iyengar, then Dr. Hanover, who was a director at that point of time. And then Professor Sambat Kumar, Pankras, then Srinivasan, and former IAS officer Ramamurthy, Nageshwaran, many. Of course, including Professor Bala, who just joined at that point of time, the institute. All these people actually shaped my thoughts and then gave me a kind of courage to take up the PhD program and then subsequently to take up the academic career. So the entire credit goes to that. I always feel IFMR is a temple. Whenever we walked into the classroom named as a Parvati, Saraswati, Lakshmi, that was a fantastic experience which we had. Thank you very much. Thank you for your recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Narayan Rao. Thank you, Professor Lakshmi, and congratulations to the awardees. I now request our Chancellor to present a memento to our distinguished guest of honor, Professor Velcheru Narayan Rao. Thank you very much. A convocation ceremony is, after all, about its students, and we were really keen to be able to listen to the voices and aspirations of our students. May I please invite on stage our first PhD student, Amish AS, to make his graduation speech.
Very distinguished guests, faculties, staff, fellow graduates, and families. I stand here today representing the PhD program of IFMR Graduate School of Business, and I'm sure what is expected of me is to share PhD-specific experiences. However, what I realized today is that the sense of achievement that I feel today, the sense of relief that I'm feeling today, is nothing specific, but mutual to all of us. I've been told that we are called the pandemic batch, referring to the group of students who have completed their university degrees during COVID pandemic. The political correctness of the term is definitely arguable, but I believe it's a name tag that we should carry as a badge of honor. Because it's a name tag which tells us that this is the batch that seamlessly switched to newer methods of learning without any prior conditioning. This is the batch whose campus life was reduced to a 14-inch laptop screen, at least for some period of the time, which probably none of us ever imagined. And this was the batch that went through a phase where every week you hear about increasing death numbers, some names you know among the list, but still we found the motivation to be focused on the goal. Personally, this day is possible for me because of the support I received from a lot of kind-hearted people who were always there for me. First among them, of course, is my dear guide, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Balasubramaniam. Pandemic time was tough for everyone, but it was worse for her. But still she was there for me whenever I needed her. And I can never thank her enough for what she had been for me all these years. All the PhD committee members and PhD chairs of the year, Dr. Lakshmi Kumar, Dr. Madhuri Siripalle, Dr. Shobha Das, thank you so much for all the firefighting you have done over the years to make the life of PhD students easy. A big hug to all admin staff with a special mention, of course, to our dear Mrs. Shamala. Also, I want to thank all the faculty members who has touched my life with little acts of kindness over the years. Dr. Raghu Raman, Dr. N. Chandrasekharan sir, Professor Suresh Venkatraman sir, and all other dear faculty members. Now that I have started an academic career myself, I consciously try to emulate many of you. And I'm sure if I can be even partially successful in it, I can make a great teacher. My family is also here today. We have done this together. Thank you for being there, as always. At last, thank you, dear friends, for making this journey fun. We completed a major university degree at a time when even surviving was difficult. And if that doesn't define the character of the batch, I don't know what else will. We really had that baptism of fire, and I'm sure none of us are going to faint even on the most scorching days of our life. Once again, thank you, Kriya family. Thank you, Kriya University, for all the blessings. This part of my life was really well written. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amish. I now call upon Archan Nathwani, MBA cohort 2022, to make his graduation speech, please.
I hope I'm audible. That's the first thing I want to say. Good afternoon to all the guests, faculties, family, our VC, Pro VC. A very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Archan, and please bear my unfruitful voice for a few minutes. First things first, heartfelt congratulations to each and every one of you. We have finally done it. All the hard work is past you, and I'm honored to stand before you to say these few words. A few days ago, when I joined my job, my manager asked me a very tricky question. She said, "What did you learn in MBA?" To which my simple answer was transformation. And I don't exactly mean in me increasing my waistline. To do this, let's take a walk down memory lane. I want you all to remember the very first month when we all joined IFMR GSB. It was something very special, and at the same time, something completely out of place. I would go as far as to call us naive, because our thought process was more like simpletons. But this Corona batch, or the hashtag which has been given to us, would never forget how we would used to wake up 5 minutes before the Zoom class, have our lunch during Zoom class, and at the same time, taking a few naps here and there. We do apologize for that, but at the same time, we did learn, please don't get me wrong. We learned initiative, competence, time management, and most of all, we learned how to make relations. Each of us has had a very unique experience at Kriya and IFMR GSB, a combination of good and bad times. Bickering about food was one of a very common topic because it was so tasty on most of the days. We've also cherished a few games together, a very fine events at the open air theater. Graduation marks another chapter closing in our lives. With this chapter closed, I'm sure many of us are already anxious about starting the next phase of our life. But unlike our thick textbooks, we can't exactly skip through pages of life. For sure, Kriya has made this chapter a very unique and colorful experience for all of us. We have learned a lot in terms of academics, but at the same time, we learned more because of our friends. All of us had different backgrounds when we joined Kriya and IFMR GSB, but today we are graduating as a single class batch of 2022, or so-called the Corona batch. When you leave here today, be proud, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate what you've accomplished and look forward with an eye to inspire others. President of Harvard once said, if you think education is expensive, you should try the cost of ignorance. Well, guess what? We are the batch 2020-2022, and we did not ignore. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Archan. I now request Dr. Gayatri Sampath, Chairperson MBA Program at IFMR Graduate School of Business, to announce the names of the graduates of the MBA cohort of 2022. And I request Professor Shivakumar and Professor Lakshmi Kumar to kindly present the certificates to the students.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Master of Business Administration, IFMR Graduate School of Business, Kriya University. Please put your hands together as the students walk to receive their degrees. I will now be calling upon the names. Please come and collect your certificates. A. Arun Bharadwaj, A. Jasoda, Abhishek Arya, Abhishek Kumar Jaiswal, Adarsh Raghuvanshi Aditya Singh, please continue to cheer for these graduates. Aditi Yadav, Aditya Khetan, Aditya Singh, Advaita R. Nair, Akshat Bhargava Akshay, Akshay J. Amisha Kumari Gupta, sure. Amit Kumar Sahu, Amulya Sanivarupu, Anirudh Mishra, Anirudh Mangla, Anirudh P.T. Ankit, Ankita N. Anshuman Naik, Anushri M. Aravetti Anirudh, please cheer for your friends and your graduating students. Archan Nathwani Archit S. Arpit Malviya Ashmeet Singh Arora. Aisha Mohammad Selman Brijesh Goyal. Deepak V. Dipanshu Kumar. Deepan Chakraborty Dolly Kumari Shaw. Don Dev Garvit Agarwal. Gopal Mahajan Gunjan Agarwal. Hariharan Shekhar Harshvardhan Mishra. Himani Adlaka Janvi Kalra. John Paul Joydeep Mondal. Jyoti Singh Keshav Khandelwal. Kshitij Garg Lakshmi T.S. Lavanya Selvakumar Likit Jain. Please cheer for all your friends in a similar manner. Manisha Agrawal Matthew Philip. I now request Pro VC Mr. Ramkumar to join Professor Lakshmi on stage for distributing the next set of awards. Thank you, Professor Shiva. Meenakshi Murugan Meghna N. Mehta Chintan Shailesh Kumar. Mihir Malhotra. Mohammad Ashmil Mohammad Yusuf Hussain. Mohammad Amir Momita Garai. Neha Vivek Nikhil Baid. Nishita Srivastava Nitin Kumar Khandelwal. Ojas Jain P. Hemavati. Pannala Surut Reddy, Parth Mehta. Prachi Anand Pragya Priya. Guys, please continue to cheer. As they said, Corona batch. So please continue to cheer them. Pranav Vishwanathan Pranay Kundu. Pratyush Mishra Prerna Biyani. Preetam Saha Preeti Kothari. Rajarshi Karmakar Rajshri Agarwal. Raman Jayalu Pullela. Rayaprolu S.S. Shashank. Riyanshi Jain Rohan Mane. Rohan Purohit S. Ashwath Ramkumar. Saloni Sachdeva Samiksha. Satyam Mishra Saurabh Tripathi. Sejal Mehta Shah Tej Deepak Kumar. Shivatmika Singh Shaurya Verma. Shreyans Bandi Shuruti Shri R. Siddharth Poddar Simran Heerekar. Simran Punjabi Saurav Chakraborty. Shrutarshi Chakraborty Sucheta PS. Shudipto Datta Sugandha Mishra. T. Sai Siddhartha Tanay Sandeep. Tanishk Bindal Tushar Jain. Vaibhav Chaudhary Vansh Goyal. Vikas Kumar Vineet Raikar. Yashodeep Mahapatra Yelurapati Shiva Ratnakar. Aditya Shekhawat Aditya Akolekar. Abhishek Mishra Sankalp Joshi. Gopika Shankar. Thank you all, and we wish this batch the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gayatri, Professor Shiva, Professor Lakshmi, and Mr. Ramkumar. We now move on to listen to Somiran Datta, student of MBA L&T cohort of 2022, who will present his graduation speech. Somiran.
Thank you for the cheer, guys. Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Honored guests, faculty members, parents, colleagues, and fellow graduates. Hope you and your family are doing well. My name is Somiran Datta, and it is my honor today to deliver a speech on behalf of my EMBA batch 2019-2022, which encompasses our journey and our experience here at IFMR GSV, Kriya University. It is needless to say that how wonderful it feels to finally meet each and every one of you, besides the laptop screen that we were getting tired of in the past 2 years. To our professors, I thank each and every one of you who were inclined to be flexible enough for teaching us with their time. I'm sure it was really difficult at times when teaching a virtual class, when the responses came late especially, but I am assuring you it was never intentional. We are indeed a special batch, not because we are the first batch of this special program with IFMR and L&T, but because we are the ones who went through an unfortunate transition, coped with it, worked around, and here we are looking amazing in our graduation caps and gowns. Have a great round of applause for yourselves. I think I can speak for each and every one of my colleagues present here today when I say that we had missed the campus life. Being working professionals at L&T, we have a tireless work week and our schedules are packed up. But eventually when we did the campus visits, the classroom sessions, the sports infrastructure that has been provided to us in the campus, the canteen itself, our accommodations, all of this provided us 1 week of isolation from our daily grinds and left us wanting more. To end with my time, I would put forward a quote from Rabindranath Tagore. He says, "I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and saw that life was service. I acted and behold, service was joy." I would let this thought sink in and wish that all of us, with this newfound knowledge of ours, find joy in the services we do. With that, I come to the end of my time. Thank you for yours. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you.
We'd like to invite Amit Sahu, who missed his name, and I request Professor Lakshmi to give him his convocation certificate. Thank you, and now over to Akhila.
Thank you. I now request Professor N. Chandrasekharan, Area Chair Operations Management at IFMR GSB, to announce the names of the graduates of the MBA L&T cohort of 2022.
Good evening. I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Master of Business Administration, IFMR GSB, Kriya University. This is the L&T batch which Professor Lakshmi Kumar was mentioning. So I would like to invite, please, Ajit Rajhans, Anshul Singh Dakat. Oh, I'm sorry, Pro VC and Lakshmi would give away the certificates. Apur Chadda, Arsad Prasad, Deepak Kera and Deepak Trivedi S. Divyesh and Deepak De. Ganesh Mani, Gokul Yu. Karthik Unnikrishnan and L. Parthiban. M. Vignesh Kumar, Manjunath G. Manjunath Reddy, mobile name. Nadamanti Trupati Rao and Nikhil Sandhu. Nilanjan Chakrabarti, Pranab Dubey. Prithviraj HS, Raja R. Rajiv Roshan, Ram Gotre. Ranjit Mohanty, Ranjit Natarajan. Roy John, Shakti Ashok. Shaurabh Mishra, Sandil Kumar Ji. Sahit Raja, Somren Datta. Somren Datta is in Dean's Merit List. Srijit M, Sudhakar D. And Sasik Kumar Nayak. Thank you, Mr. Ram Kumar. Thank you, Professor Lakshmi.
Thank you, Professor Lakshmi, Professor Chandrasekharan, and Mr. Ram Kumar. Leading up to the convocation, we at Kriya University invited a whole host of students of the School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences to share with us their Kriya journey. We wanted the graduation speech to reflect their life and learnings at Kriya and how they really intend to carry that forward as they step out of the institution. From amongst several entries, an eminent jury selected Lochana Imandi, undergraduate student of cohort of 2022, to share her story of Kriya with us. Lochana?
Distinguished guests, esteemed families, administration, faculty, staff, and fellow graduates, a very good evening. Today, the 2nd of July 2022, is a momentous day for all of us as it marks the convocation ceremony for the first undergraduate cohort of the School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences at Kriya University. And we are indeed delighted to share it alongside the Graduate School of Business. But ironically, I haven't been looking forward to this day, for this would indirectly imply the end of our Kriya journey, at least for some of us. It seems like just a few months ago, we were scrambling to get our applications in and take a chance in a new university. But here we are today, ready to become its alumni. I'm truly humbled to have a few minutes to share our journey of 36 months. Firstly, to all the parents and families who gave it their all for the last 20 years, we thank you. And we are grateful for your sacrifices to put us at Kriya and for putting up with our attitudes throughout. In addition, we wouldn't have been here today hadn't it been for the tireless efforts of the academic office, faculty, administration, career services, IT team, staff, and all the multitudes of bodies that exist at Kriya. Thank you for supporting us, enduring us, and showing us your empathy throughout. Needless to say, half of the culture that is constructed at Kriya is a product of the values that faculty members and the governing and the academic councils brought to the table. But on the ground, nothing can beat our struggle to complete an assignment by 11:59. Our struggle to make connections. Our struggle to make connections that Dr. Ananya Dasgupta had asked for in our writing courses. Our struggle to come up with a proof of a theorem that Dr. Prathamesh, Turaga, or Meesam Syed had given in our exams. Our struggle to appreciate the intellectual evolution of different disciplines through the core and skill courses. Or our struggle to understand Dr. Rishi Vya's handwriting in every math course. Or our struggle to attend a class even when we don't want to. Or the existential crisis that was created after being caught by Dr. Bishnu Mahopatra, Dr. Shivakumar Srinivasan, Dr. John Matthew, or Dr. Kalyan Chakrabarti while walking to the academic block. But despite all this, or perhaps because of all this, the longing to return to the beautiful campus, unique curriculum, and intellectual culture only grew stronger. And if I had known that a journey would be this short, perhaps I would have valued what the campus offered a bit more. The night walks, calm evenings, badminton court, and more. The campus was a luxury that we took for granted, and this farewell is a necessity of which we are all too painfully aware of. Coming to the diverse cohort of 2022 with the finest wizard costumes, it has been a splendid 3 years with you. For me, a batch is a community of people who are passionate, bubbling with ideas, condescending sometimes, and willing to fight for what they believe in. There were times when things were hard, scary, and exhausting for us, but together, with a sense of a family, or Ubuntu, as Dr. Sundar Ramaswamy would put it, we had laughed, cried, fought, showed up for each other, and mainly built a culture that is safe, transparent, and open. Along with academics, we have learned to adjust and accommodate one another. We have learned to build relationships. We have learned to reduce the phase difference with the IFMR students and our juniors. And lastly, we have learned maybe the hard way to not fantasize Kriya as a utopia. Now, at the end of our undergraduate studies, we have an opportunity to move forward into a new and exciting chapter of our lives, to find and pursue our passion, and to quote Dr. Raghuram Rajan, leave our legacy. I'm sure each one is fueled with anxiety, uncertainty, and fear when we think about the future. But just remember, we have survived a period when every ounce of normalcy has been stripped away, a period when our mental health has been put to the test. And the fact that we are all here, decorated with accomplishments, is a testament to our resilience, innovation, flexibility, and creativity. As Sheldon Cooper from The Big Bang Theory says in his graduation speech, change can be scary, but we are going to be fine. Going ahead, let us all strive to be the best versions of ourselves, fly through every turbulence, and live life to the fullest. Once again, congratulations, class of 2022.
Thank you, Lochna, for that beautiful speech straight from the heart. I now invite Professor John Matthew, Divisional Chair, Humanities and Social Sciences, School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, to announce the names of the graduating students of cohort of 2022. Professor John Matthew. And I request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Shivakumar, and our inaugural Vice Chancellor, Professor Sundar Ramaswamy, to present the degrees to the students.
Good afternoon. Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guests, and in grateful acknowledgement of my predecessors, Professors Hema Ramakrishnan and Professor Prithvi Dattachandrashobi. I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Arts Honors in the Division of the Humanities and the Social Sciences, School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, Kriya University. Abhimanyu Sengupta and Advait Ganesh. Advait W.S. and Aishwarya Shivaramakrishnan. Akshat Motwani and Amartya Kumar Sinha. Ananya Raju and Arnav Jalan. Chirag Singhal and Gauri Goyal. Gauri Goyal. Go ahead. Geetika Pavan Arkot and Gauri Rao. Irene M. Sarah and Janvi Chandramoli. Justin Nandita and Kurganti Naga Priyanka. Malavika Raja and Meera Trivedi. Munir Mahedi Pavivala and Neha Susan Jacob. Pranesh S. and Ruchika Gupta. Sahil Borse and Sai Janani Ramani. Shreya Hegde and Shreyasi Patil. Siddharth Murali and Smriti Venkraman. Sneha Priya Gade and Shravan Sridhar. Svetya Naya and Tane Mittal. Yerala Madravani. Not here? That's a joke. Thank you, and with considerable pride, congratulations, graduates.
Thank you so much, Professor John Matthew. I now invite Dr. Sumitra Ranganathan, Divisional Chair, Literature and Arts, to announce the names of the graduating students of cohort 2022.
Good evening. On behalf of my esteemed colleagues and the First Division Chair of the Division of Literature and the Arts, Professor Akila Ramnarayan, I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Arts Honours in the Division of Literature and the Arts, School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, Kriya University. Arya Lovaika, Shezor Mujtahadi. Vibha Vasant, Viveka Shah.
Thank you, Dr. Sumitra. I now invite Professor Guha Dharmarajan, Divisional Chair, Sciences, to announce the names of the graduating students of cohort 2022.
So, dignitaries and honored guests, on behalf of myself and my predecessor, Professor Shiv Kumar Srinivasan, I have the honor to present the candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Sciences Honours in the Division of Science, School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, Kriya University. Abid Sial Abdul Karim and Ajit D. Akhilesh R. and Akshaya Shankar. Alina Jolie and Anuj Jacob. Anupama M. and Arjun Veer Kohli. Arvind Krishnan and Gopika Krishna C. Ishika Rungta and Jash N. Shah. Karthik V. Nair and Kushi Santosh. Lippy S. and Mahesh R. Maitreyi Sundar and Maitreyi Modi. Nairan Fatima and Naveen Prasad Alec. Nikhil Joel Miskith and Parvati Kosuri. Pooja Vijay Basutkar and Prabjit Singh. Priyanka Shah and Radhika Kohli. Rajat Anil Kumar and Rasulvi Chand Sheikh. Reina Susan Epen and Rutuja Rakhode. Sakshi Pachnur and Samar Pratap Singh Sidhu. Sanjana Hatangari and Sanjana Raman. Shweta Rajiv and Vidushi Binani. Yatamata Sharma.
Thank you, Professor Guha. Thank you, Professor Shiva and Professor Sudhar Ramaswamy. The Kriya oath will now be administered. I request all the graduating students to rise and take the oath. I request Professor Bishnu Mohapatra to read the Kriya oath.
So what I do is that you have the oath with you? Yeah? No? Then repeat. Oh, it's there. Okay. So repeat. I repeat one sentence, then you repeat after me. I make a promise today to live and work ethically with compassion, integrity, and conscience. I will be fair and treat everyone fairly. I will help and support those in need. Readily, unconditionally, and without judgment. I will always nurture and keep hope alive through my passion and commitment. Thank you very much.
I request all students to remain seated. I now request Dr. Sumitra Raghunathan to deliver the vote of thanks.
It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks for this convocation today. I'd like to begin by thanking the Chancellor, Mr. Vagul, and to use the spirit that we were given, Migavum Nandri, to Mr. Vagul. I'd like to thank Mr. Kapil Vishwanathan, Chairman of the Executive Committee and Chancellor. I'd like to thank our chief guest, Mr. Forbes, and Professor Velcheru Narayan Rao Garu, And I'd like to say Professor Velcheru Narayan Rao Garuki, Dhanyavadalu. My thanks to our inaugural Vice Chancellor, Professor Sundar Ramaswamy, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Shivakumar, Pro Vice Chancellor, Mr. Ramkumar. Thank you to the Board of Management, Academic Council, Executive Council of Kriya for even making this possible and supporting us in every way. To the event management team, Aura, to this venue, which I've heard has been used very often in Chennai, the Lady Andal School, to the Convocation Committee and the subcommittees for your tireless work. Every email sent was answered in minutes. I can't imagine how you've done this with such good humor and grace. To the volunteers team, things have gone seamlessly. Thank you so much. I want to read all the departments out: the Office of Students' Life, Communications, VC's office, Academic Administration team, Exam and Assessment office, Operations team, HR office, Accounts and Finance team, Administration office, IT support team, and all the support staff at Kriya. A heartfelt thank you to all of you. To all my colleagues, the faculty at Kriya, a thank you for making this happen. To our registrar, a big thank you. The distinguished alumni awardees, thank you for coming and thank you for accepting the awards and making a short speech. That was inspirational. To the food suppliers and printers, thank you very much for helping us with this event. Now, thank you most of all, students. The PhD award that was given to Amish, the speeches we had, the wonderful speeches from our students, to all the MBA batches, and to the very first ever undergraduate batch of SIAS. This is a very emotional moment for us. So thank you all for being here, and to your family and friends and everybody who believed in Kriya. And I just want to say that when we told you that Kriya is supposed to prepare you prepare humanity for an unpredictable world, what we didn't tell you that sometimes we can be unpredictable too. So thank you so much for being part of this journey, keeping faith, keeping good humor, belief, and you're taking Kriya into the world, and some of you are coming back. So thank you everybody for being here today and making this conversation, making this convocation a huge success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sumitra. I just want to add one more thank you to the two young girls, Aditi and Uditi, who sang the invocation. I now request all of you to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय
May I now request our Vice Chancellor to declare the convocation closed.
I declare the convocation is closed.
All the graduating students, this is the moment we've been waiting for. You may toss your hats, and we'd love to capture that moment on camera. Please give us a minute. The photographers will take their positions. Photographers, are we ready? Ready? Ready, ready? Okay, I'm going to be counting down from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We request you all to kindly wait until the distinguished guests on stage leave the auditorium. I request you also to wait until the faculty leaves the auditorium and the students can exit the auditorium thereafter. School of Interwoven Arts and Sciences, please drop off your gowns at the registration desks and please pick up your yearbooks and hoodies at the desk, please. There's a photo booth, so please take photographs, tag us on our social media handles, enjoy some food, make some memories. Thank you and have a good evening.